We just watched the Martyrs remake. How okay could I fucking be? Alright, let's get some fucking people in here. It's like, if I'm gonna be fucking paying, I might as well be fucking. People could fucking get a laugh at my fucking expense. God damn it. Yeah, I'm just calling people.
Yo.
Hey, Razorvine, how you doing? You are live. You are live on YouTube streaming because fuck this. God damn it! I fucking hate this. I fucking hated this movie so much. Oh my god. My fucking god, I hated it.
Okay.
Oh, I don't even just flames on the side of my face.
Okay.
Oh god. Ugh.
So you're saying that you hated the movie? That's what you're saying.
I loathed it. I completely fucking loathed it. Oh god. Damn fucking why? It's fucking why.
I don't know.
I don't even know, man. Like, just.
Okay.
God.
So for context, what are we talking about?
Oh god. Alright, so you want some context. Watch the Martyrs remake. It's so bad.
Okay.
Why? Why does that movie fucking exist?
I couldn't tell you.
I don't even know, dude. Like, why? Just fucking why? God damn it, they took that bottle away. I fucking recorded a vlog on it. That vlog went on for like a good, 30 minutes. And, I'm still not over it. I am never gonna be over that thing. Just... fuck! God damn it! Why does this movie exist?
'Cause they thought they could make money.
Well, fuck their money. Fuck their money. I hope their children have to be pulled out of private schools. And fucking I hope that they invested their college funds in them and lost them. Oh. Just... oh, man. Dude, why? Just... why?
It's gonna be okay, Jack. It's gonna be okay.
It's not gonna be okay. It's not gonna be okay. The Martyrs remake is a movie that exists.
I can't argue with that. It definitely does exist.
Well, yeah. Why do they do that? Why does it happen? I don't know why it happened. Why did it happen? Josh, what kind of world do we live in? Hell. Oh, man. Hell doesn't have as many big titty chicks as I was promised. It's just got the Martyrs remake on repeat. Fucking God. I think if hell was just me sitting down having to watch the Martyrs remake over and over and over again, I think I'd become a Mormon. I think flat out, I'd just be like, yeah, Jesus, John Swift, where the fuck, yeah, whatever, man. You got it.
Wow.
Fucking
guys,
want me to hide any attraction to men and just fucking pretend like glory holes don't exist? Done. Fucking done. Done, dude. Just fucking done.
Guys, you know it's serious. He's gonna convert to Mormonism.
God, if God came to me himself and said, if you become a Mormon, I'll make it so that the Martyrs remake doesn't exist, I'd have to consider it. I'd have to consider that offer.
Oh, jeez. That's bad.
Oh my God, dude, you have no idea.
No, I don't.
You have no
because
idea.
I didn't see it. So
they took a movie that is hard for a hardcore horror fan to watch and made it easy to watch for elementary school students.
Okay.
It's really, really bad.
Wow.
It's super bad. Yeah, it's one of those, like, halfway through I'm like, this is rated R? You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe this thing got an R rating. It's not intense enough.
Yeah, I don't know. Hollywood just always confuses me. Besides the fact that they're so consistently recently, well, I mean semi-recently, just remaking things that just don't need fucking remakes, and then like screwing it up, because couldn't possibly do it right, like shit.
You okay?
Like the last major remake I saw that was just nowhere near even remotely as good was the Poltergeist remake.
Ugh.
And it's like, did you watch the first movie? Do you understand why it was a classic? I don't know. I don't know. Well,
did that thing just hit DVD or home video or whatever the fuck? Can't find a copy of Everly, but we can find fucking copy of Poltergeist remake. God. Oh, we've got a creepy clown on the cover. Fuck you. God. Now I know that's Poltergeist and not Martyrs. God damn it! I said it. I fucking said it.
Dang it, Jackula! I was trying to distract you.
No. God damn it! Why? I just don't even know, dude. I don't know.
Well, R doesn't guarantee a good movie. Chat.
Hold on, what was that?
Do you want more salad?
I'm sorry. The Countess is asking me a question. What was that, dear?
Would you like more salad?
I haven't finished this one. What I want is more booze.
No.
Oh, come on. Can I have a cider?
You can have a cider.
Okay, I'll take a cider. Gotta have something. It's just pick the wrong week to quit amphetamines. Holy shit.
That's okay. I'll drink enough booze for both of us.
Yes. God damn it.
Riveting
shit. Oh, thank you.
Best stream ever, I'm sure.
Oh. Honey, will you take your top off for me?
No,
It
right
doesn't
now.
have to be right now. It doesn't have to be right now. Just promise me.
Yes, dear. At some point, I will take my top off.
Okay, great. Thank you. I love you.
Probably while Josh isn't in the room.
No, that might be a little weird. Yeah. God damn it. Come on, Cap. Come off. No, don't betray me like... God damn it, everybody betray me. I'm fed up with this world. Come on, there. Oh, God, thank you. God. I just, God, I don't know, man. I don't know why. Why is anything happening?
Mm. Oh, did she give you a cider? Good. She gave you a cider.
I have a cider. I have a little fucking Jesus Christ, holy fucking Jesus Franco, man. Like this movie is so bad. Like it not only fails as a remake, it fails at its own fucking stupid retarded premise. Like we had read like these fucking reviews written by horror critics who's like, well, it's not that bad. And so we were like, all right, maybe it's not that bad. Fucking liars. Bunch of fucking liars. That was a piece of shit. I want my life back. God.
Okay.
Why? Why?
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I pretty much already said it, money, and it never makes any sense. Wait, it's only... I want to make sure I'm clear on this. It's only an 8-year-old movie?
Yeah, just about. But it's a French film. So it's
gotcha.
like, oh, we're remaking it so we can put it in English because Americans won't watch subtitles or whatever the fuck. And it's fucking piece of shit. I hate him.
Oh, it's one of those.
Yeah, it's one of those. But unlike like look, there have been like, if you want, just to be totally fair, if you want like 2 remakes that I'm like, actually these remakes are really good. I'm gonna give you the 2 that exist. One is The Ring. That's a really good remake. Like that worked because they Americanized that one really well.
Yeah.
That one Americanized super well. The other one that's good is Evil Dead. The Evil Dead remake's great. I love the Evil Dead remake. It gives you a completely different story without shitting on the originals. While still essentially being an Evil Dead movie.
Yeah.
It had tree rape. It had the cellar. It had an evil demon that just likes being a dick.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was great.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
This is not one of those.
Not every single remake is terrible,
No, not every single one. Just like many things in life, just most of them.
Just most of them.
Just most of them. Like, you know what? Let me put it this way. Who all out there has seen that fucking Nightmare on Elm Street remake? This is worse than that.
A Hazzard guy will be joining us.
Cool,
Okay.
bring him in.
Jake Hammerquist asks what about the Maniac remake?
Oh, actually, the Maniac remake is awesome. That remake is fantastic. That's a great remake. Oh man, fucking Elijah Wood as Zito. That was amazing. That was inspired. Make Zito pretty and sweet, but still fucking misogynistic and crazy. That was amazing. They pulled that off fast. Like, they pulled that off really well. And, the actress who plays the red-haired girl who has all the pictures of herself that he fucking kills while looking at her in the mirror. We follow each other on Twitter. Her name is Megan Duffy. I actually really enjoy watching her Twitter feed because she, if her Twitter feed's anything to go by, she just really enjoys being like LA actress girl. And I kind of appreciate that, because it's kind of nice. It was because I read it. I think she followed me and Josh because of the Maniac review that we did. I think. I think she found us. It was kind of cool.
That's cool. That's super cool.
Yeah, definitely something that can happen on Twitter. Oh man, like that was cool. Yes.
Let's see. What did you? This is more than a few years old. What did you think of the Omen remake that Liev Schreiber was in?
It exists.
That's fair.
You know what? I kind of. So they're god damn it. So they're doing a television show based off of the Omen like pretty soon.
Really?
Yeah. The funny thing is of all the classic horror movies that are done like the 70s, the Omen actually is one that lends itself to like television pretty well.
Oh yeah, it makes sense.
Especially cable and cable television. As long as you're willing to like go there and just straight up be like, yeah, he's the fucking devil. Devil shit happens.
Yeah.
Although, oh man, a movie I actually want to review. Okay, sorry, this is a long way around the barn. Okay, so
yeah.
We're talking about the Omen. That takes me to other movies that tried to be the Omen. And one of the movies that tried to be the Omen was the sequel to Rosemary's Baby. You probably don't even realize that there is a sequel to Rosemary's Baby.
That was the first I've heard of it.
Yeah, yes. It's called Whatever Happened to Rosemary's Baby. Oh, apparently what happened to Rosemary's Baby is the Castavees fucking raise him. Rosemary is like replaced by fucking Patty Duke. It's not Mia Farrow anymore. It's like fucking Patty Duke. Okay. Fucking Rosemary's Baby is a fucking is like a teenager, and he hangs out in the Castavees like mansion that they have somewhere in the middle of nowhere. And this is the best part: there is a fucking psychedelic orgy scene in the movie, which is absolutely my favorite part of that movie, because it's the only part of the movie that's worth talking about. It's the only part of the movie that's worth a fuck, literally. Because it's basically like, yeah, we're the devil. We love the devil, and so we're sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Hey, Rosemary's Baby, you want this big titty chick in your face? Here, have her. And you're just like, oh, thank you, sequel, for at least giving me something to watch. It's like you're like, so are you saying Whatever Happened to Rosemary's Baby is a good movie? No, it's terrible. It's an objectively awful movie, but I would go so far as to say that the fact that orgy sequence is in the movie makes the movie gooder. Because you're just like, what? And the funny thing is you're like, yeah, devil movie, fucking orgy scene. But you're like, but it's supposed to be a sequel to Rosemary's Baby. Whatever. At least it makes about as much. It's about as much of a sequel to Rosemary's. It's actually more of a sequel to Rosemary's Baby than Exorcist 2 is to The Exorcist. But it's that level of tone shift. It's a super tone shift. Whereas, like, the sequels to The Omen just get boring. Without fucking... oh, God, who was it who did The Omen? Was that Christopher Columbus?
It surprised me if that was...
That was Richard Donner.
Richard Donner. Thank you. Yeah, without, like, the touch of a really skilled, solid director, those Omen sequels just get more and more bland. And kind of just... It got to the point where they did a television movie of, like, I think that was The Omen 4, where the reveal is, oh my god, Damien has 666 on his head. And you're like, yeah, we know, it's like The Omen 4. Like, we knew that!
Wasn't like the Omen 4 like a TV movie where the like a little girl was, you know, the...
Yes, that's the one. That is the one. Oh my god, that thing is a piece of shit. But yeah. I found myself at least going, well, he at least tried to make an Omen sequel. It's bad, but this is kind of the direction we were going anyway. Omen, oh fucking those Omen movies, those Omen sequels are terrible.
I think the remake lost me because they didn't use Ave Satani? I can't pronounce that.
Well, the fucking remake is going to lose you because, like, The Omen is great, and
you're
going to do a remake of The Omen? That's not a good idea. That's a really bad idea. It's super stupid. You fucking sons of bitches. You ruined it. You fucking... God damn it. I fucking...
How you really feel, Jack.
God damn it. You maniacs!
When doesn't Jack ever tell us how he...
God.
The Omen was kind of one of those... Go ahead.
Sorry.
The Omen was kind of one of those weird things because, like, when I was a kid, you know, usually when we watched horror movies with my family, they were like, you know, why are you afraid? It's not real. But, like, The Omen was like, my stepfather was like, and, you know, this is going to happen one day. Like, I was a little kid, so it's like, and this is going to happen one day because, you know, the Antichrist is going to come to the earth and, you know, it's such a fucking dick.
Put the fear guard in you.
Yeah.
Fear gay fucking god damn it. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Franco.
Came in at a good time, apparently.
God damn it. Like, the funny thing was... The funny thing is that, like, after we recorded the vlog, we start eating dinner, and I'm, like, weeping into my salad, and I'm like, this thing has wrecked me. This remake is so bad, it's, like, eroding my soul. I fucking hate it so much. I think we have a new #1 movie that is that I just hate so fucking much that, really, like, I feel it physically, and Martyrs remake. Remake. Gotta. It's I think it's the new #1. Unrest used to be like one of the worst movies. Fucking Unrest. What is it now? It's like now Unrest. Fucking The Haunting. The 97 version of The Haunting, which was. I almost started a fist fight in a theater because of that movie. I hated it so much. Like, that was one of those movies that I had to be physically restrained. I was like, oh, fuck you!
Oh,
know?
Jack.
Yeah?
Lewis would like to join us if that's alright.
Absolutely. I'm a little too, like, tipsy to make buttons work, so...
I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, dear.
Why are you saying oh, dear?
Jack, how many... Nah, forget it.
No, what was that?
I can add him.
No, nothing.
Hold on. Give me a minute.
How many licks does it take to get the center of a Tootsie Pop? Wait. Hold on. I think I can do it. I did it! I hit the button!
You did it!
I hit the button!
Bravo.
Yay! I did it!
You did.
Hey!
just in a retweet that I'm part of this, just to have more people watch and listen as Jackula rants about the Omen sequels.
Oh my god! Oh my god, this Omen sequels, like, holy crap. Like, oh my god.
Wait, so am I under the impression because...
awful.
Alright, so wait, am I under the impression that the Martyrs remake is what's sparring the Omens remake, or is it something else?
No. Let me tell you. No, I'll be honest. The Martyrs remake is so below the Omen remakes, and the Omen remakes are already really bad.
Oh,
but they are at least
passable
sequels of the Omen.
Oh,
okay, what is it? Omen? I'm a little drunk, so is it Omen 2 or 3 where he's president of the United States?
3.
It's 3.
Okay, but here's the thing: that is actually a logical progression from the first through the second movie. It's stupid, but it's a logical progression. So I am willing to say that even that the Omen 4, which is that fucking television one, that is at least an Omen sequel. The Martyrs remake can just completely kiss my ass. It is just unforgivably missing the point.
Well, here's the stupid idea behind Omen 4 even then. Didn't we spent 3 movies saying Damien was the Antichrist? Oh, no, sorry, we screwed up. It's his daughter.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, what? Okay, whatever, movie. Just so we could have that stupid fucking reveal at the end of the 4th one where the daughter is holding, like, Damien's, like, grandson, and he's also got 666. And I'm like, well, no fucking shit!
Was it like
family of evil?
Yeah.
Was it like she was, like, pregnant with him? Or something like that?
No. She's not old enough to be pregnant with him.
No, like, she was born with him inside of her. It was like some sort of weird crap like that.
God, oh God, Lewis, I think you've seen that a little more recently than I have.
Unfortunately, I have not. In fact, I have not actually seen any of the Omen movies, which is a disservice to the world. But the Agony Booth did a comprehensive recap of Omen 4, and the things they loved to comment on was, this movie is constantly bashing you over the head with the fact that, get it? Yeah, no.
Like
the final shot is an intersection of like some sidewalks in the shape of an inverted cross.
Yes.
Get it?
Yes. Yeah, I remember that. And you're just sort of sitting there like, really? For real? Like, what? Why? Why would you... That is the dumbest thing ever. So, but that came up because I was remembering... Just because you're talking about remakes and sequels and pain.
Yeah, and you started going off on the Haunting remake.
Oh my god, yeah. Like I was saying before, they were like, "Oh, Lewis wants in." Yeah, like that was a movie that I had to be physically restrained in the theater because I hated that movie so much. I didn't realize it was possible for me to hate something so much that I was like, guys, you gotta hold me back. I am about to attack the screen.
I was okay with it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, like, we got
I was gonna say, I was okay with it for a bit. I mean, it seemed to have some really cool... It had some cool visuals, and I'm always up for Haunted House Fair.
Yeah. I was
But the moment they lost me was CGI breath.
Yes, that was really bad. It was super bad because I was like I love the original Haunting. I love the original Shirley Jackson story.
Yeah.
You know, and I always felt like the original black and white movie was the perfect companion piece, the perfect adaptation, as good as an adaptation as you could get. And while still being a movie that kind of did its own thing, you're like, oh, well, it's still obviously the story because all the key bits are there. Awesome, great. It goes a different direction, but whatever. The fucking one with the Neeson in it. Oh my god.
I don't get what Liam Neeson's trying to accomplish exactly.
I have no idea.
I think the answer is a paycheck, and that's about it.
Well, here's the other thing. If you saw if you saw that thing on DVD or cable, there is a scene you missed because they did their best to cut it out.
Oh, geez.
It's in the aftermath after that. Okay, I'll get back to that in a minute. But there's a minute where Liam Neeson stands up, and as he is balancing his hand on a column, the column caves in because it's made of foam rubber. And that made it into the theatrical cut of the movie. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Because I saw that thing in the theater. But the moment where, like, I lost my mind, where I was like, I hate you, movie. I hate you. Burn in hell. Was the moment that the main character says, it's about family, Dad, and I've come home.
Damn.
And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. You took a story that was about the terrors of sexual frustration and made it about family? I hate you.
I didn't even know that the movie existed until Doug did his video of it. Like, I only knew about the original.
Yeah, that was.
And I was like, they made a remake? Oh, well, it's a good thing I didn't see it.
Yeah, that was.
See, I watched the remake first, not realizing that it was a remake. Then I was like, wow, this is. And like I said, after the CGI breath and that terrible ending scene, not just its family, but just the CGI ghost itself looked awful.
Yeah, it's super
but
I
but right after that, I realized, oh, it's a remake. I better watch the original. Oh my god, the original's so damn good.
Yeah,
it's
I had a
super
really
good.
awesome mate who showed me a lot of
amazing.
old movies. It was great. It was so
Like-
fucking good.
Like, there's another movie called Waxworks 2 that does a parody of the original Haunting.
I've seen that one.
Yeah, and that parody of the original Haunting completely gets that movie.
Yes,
It's
it does.
a better remake of that movie than the remake.
When did Waxworks 2 come out? Was it?
Oh god, that was like 94? 90?
Yeah, it was like
I think it
94,
was
right?
94. Like, that one's on the list because I actually really love Waxworks 2, despite the fact that it is completely stupid.
Yeah, I
Like,
haven't
the
seen them.
first Waxworks tries to be a legit action horror movie. The second one just throws that out the window. It's like, no, we're just gonna do whatever we fucking want, and we're gonna it's just gonna be ridiculous. It's got a rap at the end, like all good 90s horror movies do.
Oh, of course.
Absolutely. In the, because you gotta have it. Leprechaun had one. Maniac Cop had one. So now Waxworks gotta have one. And actually, for that matter, Freddy did as well. Actually, did any of the Freddy raps actually end up in the movies?
Not really
don't
in the
think
movies, if
so.
I recall correctly. On the TV show,
That's right.
I used a clip of that
That's
for
right.
the Nightmares on Elm Street review.
Oh,
Right, I
man.
remember that.
Oh, Freddy's
That-
Nightmares. They're never going to put that on home video. But they
Lupa binge watched through the series, and she calls it the worst anthology TV series she's ever watched because,
it is the most gloriously bad one.
yeah.
Because, like, I don't know how to put it other than you're watching it and you're like, this is nothing like Nightmare on Elm Street. And yet Freddy is introducing every segment. I can't... It's awful, but I can't hate it.
Well, the way she described it, because again, I only know smatterings of it from YouTube and the brief
Right.
clips I did see, which actually looked like they actually connected, was that the Freddy segments are completely disconnected from whatever the hell is going on in the story. So, like, the story could be about a banker who is getting revenge killings, and Freddy will pop out of an oven saying, "It's not over till the fat lady sings."
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of that, but was actually even more glorious were the times where they actually made it connect. And there are episodes of that show that are technically canon with the movie series.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah. That series is super uneven. You did not know what you were going to get if you were watching Freddy's Nightmares, which is part of the reason you had to tune in every week. They're like, this might be an amazing one, because there was a story about two twin teenage girls who dreamed of Freddy, and he was tormenting them because specifically they were the daughters of the guy that pours gasoline on him.
Oh,
Which
well,
is, yeah. And you're like, actually, that's kind of awesome. And, you know, Freddy does his Freddy thing and frames the twin for the murder of the other twin. And that's the nightmare because now she's, you know, forever, you know, everyone thinks that she fucking went crazy, killed his sister. When in fact, it was Freddy did it. And of course, like, he's like, welcome to my nightmare. Ah, you're like, all right, Freddy, awesome. But
Jack.
then you'd get other ones that were like the nightmare of the guy who works at like a burger joint, and his nightmare is working at the burger joint forever, and at the end a guy at the drive-thru fucking shoots him in the head, and that's the end. And you're like, what? What just happened?
We wrote ourselves into a corner. Just have him shoot him. Okay.
Pretty much.
Jack, I assume you have it already, but Casey says she has a bootleg of Freddy's Nightmares if you want to borrow it.
Oh, holy fuck, yeah, I totally...
You want me to tell her to bring it to MagFest?
Yeah, bring it to MagFest, holy shit, yes.
Alright, I'll let her know.
Yes, I want that, holy crap. Oh, man.
Oh, geez, more things to add to the list.
One anthology at a time for me. Next up for me is going to be Tales from the Dark Side.
Oh, Tales from the Dark Side's amazing.
Fuck yeah!
Well,
It is an amazing.
Its high points are really super high. Its low points are kind of eh. You know, because it's an anthology series. It's got eh.
Yeah.
But, like, its high points are really super fucking high.
I've only watched 2 episodes. One is probably going to be the best episode. It's the one on the train.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Tunnel.
Yeah.
Tunnel. Yep.
Tunnel. Yeah. That one's pretty good.
The other one was an okay story about a guy who like enjoyed working in his basement, but his wife is like a shrew, and like a mailman is like there and accidentally delivers a soul to them or something. It's been a while since I watched it.
Yes. Oh man, you haven't seen Church of the Moment yet.
I look forward to it.
That one's fun.
But yeah, I bought the series a year or two ago, and I've been meaning to watch it. Just haven't gotten around to it because then I remembered, oh yeah, 80s Twilight Zone. I want to watch that.
Yeah, another good one.
Schedule.
Another good one is the Giesen Stacks. The Giesen Stacks is another really good story, and Tales of the Dark Side was the only anthology I've ever known to adapt the stories of oh crap, Frederick Brown, right?
Yeah.
Nightmares and Giesen Stacks.
Frederick Brown.
Okay, Frederick Brown. Sorry, I'm a little drunk, so I had to double check. Yeah.
That was the point of the stream.
Yeah. Nightmare. Tales of the Dark Side adapted some of the stories of Frederick Brown. Frederick Brown is the guy who coined the phrase "alien gray," because he wrote a story called "The Greys." And the whole idea is a guy is out drunk one night and he sees an alien craft, and these aliens come down. Hold on. Excuse me. And fucking literally suck the life and color out of people, leaving them gray. But yeah. This is
Oh, that's awesome.
Nightmares and Giesen Stacks. Frederick Brown is the master of the short story. The short horror story. Like if he were alive during in today's era, his Twitter feed would be the most watched horror Twitter anything ever, because that guy can tell a horror story in the minimum number of words. A great example is there's a 2-page story all about a guy watching his son drown, and he can't do anything because he can't swim. And so he's helplessly on the shore watching his son drown. And then his wife runs in, and it turns out the child drowns in 2 feet of water. Oh man.
Oh, jeez.
Frederick Brown was a fucking genius. He was amazing, and he never got the credit he deserved. But the main story that Tales from the Crypt took from him, they took a couple, but the big one was the Giesen Stacks.
Okay.
You know, and It's a good episode. Reading the story is, of course, even better.
Yeah.
Man, it's actually really funny. Like, there's a convention called HorrorCon, and HorrorCon is not, horror conventions are usually movie and television related. HorrorCon itself is actually literature related.
Where is that one, Jack?
That's in a different place every year. But the reason I knew about it is my friend Seth Lindbergh, who was a horror author. He wrote some things for White Wolf back in the day, which is really funny. Both me and him worked in the RPG industry, and we both did our time, so to speak, at White Wolf Game Studios, because that company was entirely staffed by freelancers. Much like the comic industry is entirely staffed by freelancers.
Mm-hmm.
So we met outside of that, but that turned out we were like, oh wait, yeah, you worked at White. Oh yeah, okay, cool. So we became friends, and he invited me. He had an extra ticket to HorrorCon because he's like, well, I know you like horror things, and at this HorrorCon, the guy who wrote Ringu is gonna be there. And it's in San Francisco. Yeah, he doesn't speak a word of English. He doesn't speak a lick of English. But a lot of really cool things happened at that HorrorCon. I can't even remember. It was 10 years ago. I can't remember what year it was, but it was the last one they held in San Francisco, which was 10 years ago. But one of the things that happened was I didn't realize this until I was at a party. But people were talking about, hey, who do you think the best horror author is? And, of course, Peter Straub was there that year. So some people said Peter Straub. Some people said, some other guys. But at a party, I was like, well, to me, if we're not going to go with just, Stephen King, and we're going to go beyond that, and we're going to go to a place where few men dare tread, I'm going to say Frederick Brown. And that apparently was the correct answer, because that was a moment where a bunch of these other horror authors of various levels of notoriety or lack of it kind of were like, yes, Frederick Brown, that guy was amazing, and that was awesome. I got to meet some of the splatterpunk authors that I had idolized when I was a teenager. Most notably John Skip, who I loved his writing when I was a kid, and I got to meet him. He's a really great guy. We got so fucking hammered just talking about stupid crap.
As you do.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh my god, that was a great con. That was a great con. I also got to meet Gerald Brom, who was an artist that I idolized. I love Gerald Brom. That guy, to me, I think it's very important that every artist have a thing. Even if they branch out of it, every artist should have a thing that they're known for. You should have a few things. I'm gonna get into fantasy art here for a minute. So, is anyone here familiar with Boris Vallejo? Or
the
Julie
name sounds really familiar.
Yes.
Yeah, or Julie Bell. They're a married couple, and when you think of Boris Vallejo and Julie Bell, you think of big muscly men and women standing on top of mountains wielding swords and flexing. That's them. Gerald Brom to me was bondage sex in a desert. And I loved him. I loved his work. Sweet guy. Super sweet guy. Really shy goth dude, unless you start talking to him about art technique. If you talk to him about art technique in any way, he lights up like fucking Christmas. I'm looking at his pictures, and he just comes over and he's like, what are you looking at? I mean, that's mine, right? And I'm like, yeah, I totally know it's yours. He's like, but you're looking at it really intensely. And I'm like, I'm trying to figure out what it's painted on. I'm trying to figure out if you used Masonite or illustration board, and immediately he launches in. He's like, "Oh yeah, it's double-sided illustration Strathmore board with a thick gesso coat done twice. No painting I do that I really like painting on gesso, and it just keeps going and going and going." And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I am getting a fucking half a semester's worth of fucking art classes just talking to this man for an hour. Like,
best education in the world.
He's
right there.
Yeah, he's and at the same time I'm listening to him and I'm realizing I'm never going to be as good as this guy. I'm never going to be as good as this guy. He loves everything about art so much. He's married to a physical woman, but art is his bride. You know, and you could tell. You could tell. And it's one of those things where, like, I forget. I think it might have actually been his wife who said, "Look, when you marry an artist, you're always the other woman. Like, you just gotta live with that. You could be the mother of his children, but you're the other woman. You gotta live with that." And his wife is actually, I really like his wife because she is like super goth witchy girl. You know, and so whenever I was around them, I always felt like, I feel comfortable around these two. Although the fantasy artist that I really bonded with, and no one's gonna know who this is, but he was the man I loved, still alive actually, was Larry Elmore.
Why do I know that name?
Larry Elmore did a ton of the Dungeons and Dragons covers.
Oh,
That's what made Larry Elmore. And I bonded with him because I had arrived at a Dragon Con a day early. And I look over at the bar, and I knew what Larry Elmore looked like. And I look at the bar, and there he is. And I'm like, that's Larry Elmore. And I walk, and I'd seen him at a couple of other conventions, but it had been a while. And I go over, and I go, "Mr. Elmore." And he looks at me, and he goes, "Oh, Jack, how are you doing?" And I'm like, "What? You remember me?" And he's like, "Yeah, of course." And I'm like, "Oh, what are you doing here?" And he's like, "I'm drinking whiskey. Do you want to drink some whiskey with me?"
that is
and
the
I'm
correct answer.
like, I will, yes, Larry, I will drink whiskey with you. And the thing you got to realize about Larry Elmore is he's a short, I always refer to him as Old Kentucky Dwarf. Because he's like a short, stocky guy with a big white beard, and he's from Kentucky.
Right.
You know, and so he's been like, so he, and whenever I would see him at a convention, he would always like be holding court like a drunken dwarf king. And everyone would be around and be like, "Hey boys, how you doing?" You know, and a guy would be like, "Yeah, I'm having problems with this drawing." He's like, "Well, boy, you gotta remember you're a better drawer than I ever was. So you keep at it." And the funny thing was, Larry had a daughter, and Larry's daughter, I am not kidding. Like she's young. She's young. She's definitely younger than I was, but she was that girl at the Fantasy Con who all the big metalheads who idolized her dad instantly felt like Big Brother around, and she looked like a little elven princess. So you have this little girl like wandering around the Fantasy Con like being like a fairy princess, and occasionally she'd be talking to some boy that she had taken a fancy to, and there's all these metalhead dudes going like, "Larry, do you want us to do it?" He's like, "No, boys, now settle down, boys. I'll let you know if anything needs to happen." And we're like, okay, Larry, we'll hold off for you." Yeah, Larry was great.
favorite.
When Larry found Facebook, it was amazing. Because he found all of us, and we were like, yeah, we'll follow you, Larry. Holy fucking shit. And he hit 60, and Larry knew exactly what he was going to do. Larry hit 60, and he's like, that's it, boys. I'm buying a motorcycle. And everyone is like, wait, you don't own one already? He's like, nope,
Right.
never had one before. I'm going to have one now. And he went the whole fucking 9 yards. He let his beard grow even longer. He fucking got the fucking, like, America fucking bandana. And he got, like, a Harley.
Of course.
And that's what he drove to every convention for a couple of years.
Ah.
And we were like, God damn it, Larry. This just completes everything. And at one point, he goes to a convention. And he's in the middle of, like, fucking... I don't know, like Winox, Colorado or something. He's in the middle of the fucking boonies. Actually, I think it was North Carolina. And he goes, boys, gotta ask you something. You know, and we're all like, what is it, Uncle Larry? And he's like, boys, I've got nothing to do until 2:00 tomorrow afternoon. It is 9 p.m. I'm bored, and I got a bottle of moonshine. Now, when he said moonshine, we all assumed he just meant booze. So he's like, boys, should I drink this? And we're like, yeah, Larry, go for it. He's like, all right, well, bear in mind, I'm 60. I can't drink like I used to could. And we're like, do it anyway, Larry. You only live once. He's like, all right. 12 hours later, he goes, all right, boys, didn't go blind. And we were like, why would you have gone blind? He's like, well, I drank 2 bottles of moonshine. And we're like,
Lord.
wait, Larry, did you literally, I think it was actually Larry Allen Williams, who had actually gone, Larry, when you said moonshine, did you literally mean moonshine? He's like, yeah. Hey, like, there's a picture of him with a bottle. I swear to God, it had everything but the 3 X's on it.
Oh my God.
And we're like, Larry, if we knew you actually meant moonshine, we wouldn't have told you to drink it.
Well, it's kind of like to say that now.
Yeah, it's like, he's like, well, I just wanted you boys to know I didn't go blind. I'm okay. We're like, God damn it, Larry. Why? When we hit 60, are we going to be able to be as awesome as you are? Larry Elmore's a great guy. I love that man.
Sounds like it, man.
Yeah.
You just hit a certain age where it's just like, who fucking cares?
Yeah. One of the other, the whole fantasy RPG network of people who were working in it, it was a really strange group of people because people don't realize how connected with like biker and metal culture those people were. Like there used to be this company called Ral Partha that did all the D&D miniatures.
Mm-hmm.
Ral Partha was straight up run by a biker gang.
Really?
And they did great miniatures, by the way. The miniatures are awesome.
They sure were.
Yeah, they were all bikers. There was Mike, who is kind of who is the de facto leader of the Ral Partha group, and that guy, he was skinny and wiry. He had like the fucking big, like, you know, Rasputin beard. You know, he never went anywhere without like a fucking flask of liquor and an additional flask of liquor in case the first one got confiscated. He drove his bike everywhere. Like, cars were not good enough for this man under no circumstances. I fucking loved him. This story gets a little sad. Let me warn you. This bit gets a little sad. There's another guy named Chris. And Chris was like the young pledge of the biker gang of Ral Partha miniatures. But he was the most sober, so he was allowed to run the business. So I got into a deal with those guys to do artwork, to do concept art for their miniatures. But after a while, they stopped responding to my communication. And I was like, what happened? Well, I'm not going to do any work if the checks ain't going to come. What's up? And 2 years later, I run into a convention, and there's Ralph Parther, there's Mike. And I'm like, Mike, what happened? And he goes, oh shit, yeah, we're sorry, man. Chris died. And I'm like, oh my God, what happened? He's like, he had a brain tumor. And I'm like, oh my God, holy shit, what happened? Okay, here's where it gets insane and catapults into legend.
Oh, jeez.
All right. Now, there was another company called FOSSA Games Incorporated. They did a game. They did BattleTech and they did Shadowrun. Shadowrun, one of my favorite RPGs of all time.
Shadowrun is awesome.
Yeah, Shadowrun's great.
It is. It totally is.
Yeah.
I'm that one soon.
Well, their marketing office manager, girl, was dating one of the Fossa guys, Jim, but she had fallen for Chris while she's married to this other guy, falls in love with Chris. Chris then gets cancer, and so she divorces the other guy, starts dating Chris, and he's like, I don't know if you should do that, I've only got a year to live. And she's like, no, I'm doing it. We're gonna be together. So I'm like, I feel really bad for the guy she leaves, but I'm really happy for Chris. Because this girl was willing to just go, no, I am willing to end this relationship that probably isn't working just to be with you for less than a year. Which I was like, holy crap. I was like, she did that? And Mike's like, yeah. Yeah, she did. And then what we did and why we didn't produce much for the last 12 months is that we all went on a biker tour of America through Mexico up to Canada, and our plan was everyone that we knew that we could party at, we were going to visit, and we weren't going to stop until Chris died.
Whoa.
Yeah, and in the middle of a party, indeed, he did finally drop dead.
Huh.
Yeah, and I'm like, holy fucking shit, are you fucking shitting me? And they're like, no, man, a brother's gotta go out with his boots on. And I'm just like, dude, what did you do later? And he's like, well, we wanted to burn him at sea, but we couldn't do that, so we had to give his body back to his family. And I'm like, wait, are you like, yeah, of course we wanted to give that guy a Viking funeral. What are you fucking talking about? Of course we did.
Jack, I just wanted you to know, everybody can hear us, but apparently the stream is frozen.
Oh no!
Oh, I haven't been paying attention to the stream.
Oh shit! Hang on.
Hold on.
Oh no!
Who am I?
I don't know. Who am I?
I don't know anymore.
Oh shit! Hang on.
That's why is it
Hold
so?
on.
Oh no!
Who am I?
Because it's January.
I don't know. Who am
White
I?
North?
Yes, because I live in Minnesota. I get it.
Wait, Razorvine, where are you?
Oh shit! Hang
I'm in
on.
St. Paul. That's why is
Hold
it so?
on.
Oh, no.
Who am I?
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm waving you
I
from
don't
Shoreview.
fucking know. He named us place.
You're in Shoreview? I get it.
Yep.
What?
Pretty cool.
Wait, where are you, Lewis?
I'm also in Minnesota.
Well, I knew that. Okay.
Minnesota.
All right, never mind. I got it backwards that time. That I knew. I meant more specifically, were you near where Razorvine was?
Oh, relatively. I mean, it's
Reasonably.
a city or two over, but yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Minnesota chat. Today we have Lewis Lovelog and
It's not
Oh
that.
yeah,
it's just the
welcome to
camera that's
Minnesota
frozen.
Talk
Okay,
here.
okay.
There we
Yosh,
go. There we
sure you
All
betcha.
right, hang on a moment. All right, are we coming back? Are we once again live? No.
I don't know. Hold on.
Hold on.
The
Can't start video. Try closing other programs. Hang on.
It's
purely
just your
it's just my
camera.
camera. Hang on.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
gonna
it's just the
we're gonna
camera.
we're gonna deal with this. We're gonna do this. We
Don't
got
worry.
it.
Don't worry.
Do
we
it
got this.
live.
They can tell because the little
close
Skype box is still working.
Stop.
Yeah.
Okay, so at least everyone could hear the story. That's
Yeah, they
good.
can hear everything. They just can't see you.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Damn it.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, technically, yeah.
Lewis and Jack. It's always fun.
Okay.
It's some sort of
might
entertainment, no matter
able
what.
to start the camera again. Come on, can't start video. Fuck you. I fucking
I made Jack stay up till like 3 last. What was it? 2 nights ago, when I was just blabbing about Assassin's Creed because it was Victorian London. So we talked about that till like 3 in the morning my time.
Oh
Because of
man.
course those guys are 3 hours behind me.
Yeah.
Wait.
Uh,
Oh,
Close.
that's interesting.
What's
So
happening?
like your actual camera's like frozen, but like
yeah. The stream is still going. It's still recording voice, but the image is frozen. So that's what we're working.
But like the Skype image isn't even frozen, so like you can watch the Skype like moving around, but like
yeah, it's
you're
literally-
frozen.
Yeah,
that's
that's
because
layers.
that's basically a screen share kind of a thing versus the camera, and it's the camera that's the problem right now.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I gotta figure. Oh wait, I got it.
Oh my gosh.
But it's just a lovely view of Jackula's forehead there and the top of his
Yeah.
head.
Looks like the top of Mount Doom, you know.
Oh man.
That's different.
Camera's not available. Let's see what this
Oh
is.
jeez, now it's saying not available. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, but you see the exclamation point there? It's the same color as his hair
Hey,
there.
it's back!
I
It's
know.
back!
Oh, there we go.
Yay!
There we go. We're
Yay!
back. We got it.
There we go.
Oh hey Mikey.
Oh, hi.
Oh man.
Hey, good.
So anyway, yeah, my long rambly story about like Ralph Partha and biker gangs and all that jazz. As far as I know, all true. All true. That is what they told me, so I'm going to believe them.
I would believe so.
Oh, I just
Even if
noticed
it's not true, it's still a hell of a story.
Oh, it's a great
Yeah.
story. It's a great story. Like, I don't know what happened to Gal, but I know that the dude she divorced. He still works in the role-playing game industry, and he did a lot of work on Eclipse Phase, which was a really cool game that he and a bunch of the guys from old FOSSA guys did. I think he might also now be working at Harebrained Schemes that did the Shadowrun computer game that came out recently. Well, I mean, recently as in they put one out for the last 3 years. Yeah, it's really odd. I think if the money in pen and paper RPGs had remained somewhat stable, I'd probably still be there. That was interesting times. That was really odd. You know, I've had, it's really weird to look back and every once in a while someone going like, "Oh, Vampire the Masquerade." I'm like, "Oh, I worked on that." You know, like.
You insisted on being in my review when I mentioned that.
Yes!
When I was reviewing it.
Yes, I'm like, no, I actually worked on that game, you know, like, really wanted to be a part of it just because of that, you know, because
Wait, which review is this? I missed some of it.
this
Sorry.
review of
A
Bloodlines.
Patreon-sponsored review was Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I did remember seeing that.
It was such a bizarre thing to ask you to do too.
Dodger
Yeah,
of Zion asked me to do it, and I know why she asked me to do it.
Uh-huh.
Basically, a few years ago, she kind of set up a pen and paper game of it. Basically, I'm pretty sure it was a White Wolf campaign or something like that,
Well, it was
where
Vampire,
like me
yeah.
and a bunch of her friends played for a bit, and I was willing to do it because I'm a good friend and all, but honestly, I honestly admit I wasn't that into it. It's just not my thing for the most part. Sometimes I can do pen and paper RPGs, other times not so much. And this one was just like, oh, she's modeling it after me, my character, and I'm like, I don't want to play me in this case. There
Yeah.
are RPGs where I want to play me, like Star Trek Online. I am playing Captain Louis Lovehawk. But
well,
in
that's
this case, if I'm gonna
that's a milieu. That's a setting in which, like, I could see you really enjoying being a part of.
It's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine you as a vampire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it was very entertaining though, just for some of the stuff that happened in it. Because at one point, because the thing is, I have very little experience with the White Wolf campaigns and the Masquerade stuff. So I was like, well, this is a supernatural setting, right? Can't I play a ghost? I thought being a ghost would be really cool because I'm into ghost stories and all that. But she's like, no, it's just a thing that's not in the mechanics, doesn't work. And I just kept insisting. So eventually, like during a mission or something, she had me transformed into a goat.
A goat? Are you a vampire?
Almost.
No, I got turned back.
I got better.
Yeah. The funny thing is when White Wolf actually did do their ghost game, their first one, Wraith.
Wraith is awesome.
Wraith is an awesome setting, but it's a terrible game.
It totally is.
It's really bad because you don't know what you're going to do, but you have this whole underworld to explore, which is kind of cool, but you're like, yeah, but it's kind of the underworld. We're already dead. What are the stakes? Why do I care? And that's a big problem because it turns out, like, this had actually been the thing that I thought should have been done, which is I was like, no. You never want an entire gaming group filled with ghosts. What you want is to make the ghost game that can fit with any of the others. Because
you make it an add-on.
Yeah. One person playing a ghost with a group of everybody playing something else is awesome. Because the ghost is super fucking useful and is interesting, and then you can actually get into the ghost story, and it can be cool and tragic and all that jazz. But if everyone's a ghost, it blows. Because you can't sustain that level of ennui and depression
it's very much like a D&D party. You can't have an entire team of tanks. You can't have an entire team of just the one class. Because they have unique skills and unique character kind of thing. I would say, I said I'm not into pen and paper RPGs as much, but actually I will admit, one of my most favorite things in the world is Con Bravo when we have D20 Live.
Oh man, that sounds great.
And those are so hilarious and so awesome.
Oh, by the way, I gotta say, Lewis, I was waiting in that whole Bloodlines review. I'm like, oh man, I can't wait for him to get to the haunted hotel. That level, that mission, I'm like, this is the pinnacle of that game.
I love that mission.
That mission is fantastic.
Because I love haunted houses and I love freaky stuff like that and turning my back and then the wall saying get out.
Yeah.
Stuff like that and things being thrown at me and just and then go down to the boiler room. Oh god, jeez, what did I do?
Yeah, no, that line, I'm a vampire, damn it. I'm like, no, that perfectly encapsulates that mission because you realize you're this powerful vampire, but this ghost is terrifying.
Lewis, what's the D20 thing you were talking about for Con Bravo?
At Con Bravo, they do D20 Live, basically a single pen and paper RPG.
Oh, we don't need
a single session, beginning to end, for about 3 hours, and we've done a standard Dungeons and Dragons camp. We've done 2 standard Dungeons and Dragons campaign. The first one had Spoonie along with us. Where we overcame the odds because our party traced this cult that was summoning a dragon.
Because of course.
And we were supposed to go back to town and get an army to come help us. No, we took on the dragon ourselves.
Because
and through sheer luck, we defeated the dragon and won the campaign.
That's awesome.
Through sheer rolling,
despite some minor setbacks, because for example. Part of this was this odd black poisonous substance that granted some people that transform people into kind of orc creatures. Mike Dodd was along with us during this campaign, and he was playing a barbarian. And we were like, okay, we're going to take a risk here because we're fighting a dragon. And we need every advantage. We're going to have Mike drink the evil black ooze.
Oh, no.
God.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
see
that
how that
poisoned him, and he was out for 2 turns.
Good.
You don't drink the black ooze, Lewis.
I didn't drink the black ooze.
Yeah, he was the
I was
barber-
an archer. I knew what I was doing.
It was pretty much just like, you, barbarian, drink ooze, see what happens.
Okay.
You know,
So is
it
this,
might work.
and this is an annual thing?
Oh yes. The year after that, we did. He started keeping it a secret what he was going to have us do. So that year, we discovered as we were playing it that it was Alien versus Predator.
Uh-huh.
Oh, jeez.
We just barely managed to survive, despite most of us being.
Oh man, I know which monster he substituted for the aliens too. Oh,
No, it was pretty much Alien versus Predator.
well,
It was actually like xenomorphs and predators.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. There is a monster in one of the manuals called the Book of Vile Darkness, which essentially is the xenomorph by another name. But it does all the same shit.
Oh, I forget what that one's called, but yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
So with that one, we just barely managed to survive. We got the voice actor for I think Shepard from Mass Effect was there that year, and he loved
Male Shepherd or Lady Shepherd?
Male Shepherd.
Nice.
So that would be Jennifer Hale's Lady Shepherd. Male Shepherd is. It wouldn't surprise me if it's Nolan North or Troy Baker because they're in fucking everything. Chat.
I'm pretty sure it was Nolan North. He's also a big cosplayer.
It would probably. Yeah. Okay. It could be either of them. They're fucking people.
I can't remember. We
a lot of voice actors in my day.
We just barely survived. We just barely survived that one. We managed to get through it, but we won despite us all being, impregnated because we woke up from hypersleep.
Oh man, Kaluna. Speaking of voice acting, I'm gonna have to at Magfest when my brother's around. I'm gonna have to have him tell you the weirdness that was voice directing Linda Carter.
Oh.
You actually told me that story.
Yeah, my brother, because my brother works at Bethesda, and he was put in charge of directing some of the voice acting because there's so much voice acting in Fallout 4 that they were just like, all the important narrative guys, like, take this section, you wrote this, do that, do that. And he and his guys fucking drew Linda Carter. And the thing is that Linda Carter is the wife of the CEO, which is how they got her in the first place. And he's like, and the character they have her playing is like this super sexy lounge singer. So he's having to direct her to be this sexy woman while her husband is watching. I had to have him tell a story. It's great. He's just like, this is getting a little weird. Am I going to get fired?
I get to do some of that starting next week. Yeah, because I at my my other job that I get paid for, I'm doing monitoring, and we bring in narrators because I work for an audiobook company, and I'm an editor, and now I'm going to be a monitor, so I get to like direct the actors and show them how to use like all the technology and like direct them on how to read everything. So that's going to be interesting.
Nice.
Looks good on a resume.
Year 3 is the first one. Sorry to go back to my thing, but year 3 was what we did. Was the first time we lost because it was Tomb of Horror.
Oh my god!
There you go.
Tomb of Horror is the most infamously unfair adventure ever written.
The problem, here's the thing, because we still had a damn fun time though, and I will tell you why. At one point, we encountered this gargoyle creature that we had to fight.
Oh no!
And one of the and looking at our spell list, it was either our druid or our wizard, one of the two. I can't remember which. Found a spell for turning creatures into animals.
Polymorph?
It might have been polymorph.
Yeah, greater
Probably
polymorph. Greater polymorph. Yeah.
Probably.
So he transformed the gargoyle into a kitten.
You fucking lucked out.
Yes,
you
did.
lucked out so hard.
We adopted the kitten and we named it Fussy Britches.
Lewis,
now, eventually, of course, we got to Eye of Argon or whoever the hell the main sorcerer is in the tomb. Yeah, we got our asses kicked. We did. We thought it. We tried a couple of plans.
The Tomb of Horrors isn't the main sorcerer Mordenkainen?
I cannot recall. It was a few years ago.
Yeah. I'd have to check on it as well. I've read the adventure, but I've never made it that far as a player.
We tried to basically we tried a whole bunch of things. Unfortunately, it was pretty much doomed. We had no chance of beating him. Although it was like we had to somehow destroy the guy's skull or something. He was like supernatural on the astral plane or something like that. Basically, one idea we didn't think we thought of, but we couldn't implement it. We thought of putting the skull in the our bag of holding.
Oh, neat.
And then destroying the bag of holding.
It's
that's right. Because if you destroy the bag of holding, everything inside of it goes into limbo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unfortunately, we thought of that plan just a little too late before we could actually implement it. It was a nice idea, but unfortunately, while all of us were killed, Fussy Britches survived and escaped.
If you're a fan of watching like sessions of D&D, I watch Critical Role. I've probably mentioned it a couple times to some of these guys, but it's where a bunch of voice actors play D&D. It's Geek and Sundry does it, the company owned by Felicia Day. Mm-hmm. And there's one episode where they're fighting like a giant bird monster-y thing, so they polymorph it into a cow, and it falls out of the sky.
Oh!
Just crashes, and it lost all the HP of the cow, so then it transformed right back. But it was still really funny.
You know what's even funnier about that? That is a classic tactic.
Yeah,
that
confuses the hell out of them.
Yeah. Because when you polymorph a target involuntarily, it is dazed for one round, and it loses its action.
Right.
Yeah. That. Oh god, so many stupid D&D tricks.
That's why I love watching the Critical Role guys, because they just do a bunch of nonsense, but they're really fucking good at it. Yeah.
By the way, someone confirmed that in the Tomb of Horrors that actually it is Acerak.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah. Ace Raric. I couldn't pronounce it.
They had a gnome bard who managed to get them out of potential arrest by pretending to be Burt Reynolds. Because of course he did. And that's how he managed to win the day. They have a lot of really weird things that happen on that show, but I love it a lot. It's something really fun to listen to in the background, because you don't have to actually watch it. It's still good to just listen to.
Yeah. Oh man, so many hours of D&D.
Want to go to Conroe?
So many hours.
Last year was the last one. I was not in half of it because Big Mike was under the impression that I was sick of doing D20 Live, and of course I'm not. I love doing it every year. Mm-hmm. And I kind of understood some of the reasoning, which was, well, we'll rotate people out because we have like a lot of people who want to do it, and I was like, okay, I'm fine. But he's like, oh, you actually did want to be part of it? Well, this one was a Firefly RPG.
The Firefly RPG. Yeah, I remember that.
So it's a very simple story. Basically, they went on a raid of a ship for what's his face, that big criminal guy in the show. I haven't watched Firefly in forever.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
They went on a mission for him, and they had a government agent along with them, like an alliance agent, because the alliance wanted this crew to basically turn evidence on the criminal guy. They decided amongst themselves, no, we're more scared of the criminal guy. So halfway through this RPG, I take on the role of the government agent, and they betray me
because they did.
Because they do.
Wah, 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 wah.
Which is a real shame. But I was hoping to bluff my way out of it, because the thing that we
charisma.
What I was told was that I could threaten them with a bomb I had on myself. that I could activate. Now, it was actually a bluff. I did not... well, actually, it was sort of a bluff. I think it was sort of bluff. I can't remember now. I either had a bomb or I was bluffing that I had a bomb. But either way, I had the ability to activate it remotely or something like that.
Oh, that's perfect.
Unfortunately, they knocked me out before I could do anything about it, and they gave me over to the criminal. Although the fun thing is, the mission actually went... just continuing our streak of awesome luck, we actually managed to... raid the ship, kill everyone on board just by opening up a hole in their engineering, taking what we wanted, and then leaving.
Oh, really quickly, yes, Alex, you are correct. The Kython. You were correct. The Kython.
And now next year they say that for Con Bravo, this year it's going to be Attack on Titan.
That's so cool. Oh man.
So I'm looking forward to seeing what the hell we do there. Oh, and of course, they named their ship the SS Fussy Britches.
I know I was talking to Film Brain about going to Con Bravo because he and I were going back and forth on, like, can we afford both MagFest and Con Bravo?
Oof.
But yeah, I'm definitely going to try to go.
Man.
I'm definitely going to go.
All this RPG talk, I'm like, oh man, kind of taking me back. It's kind of cool. You know, I gotta ask. I gotta ask, what was everyone's favorite character? The character that you're like, when you go back and you play like your favorite RPG, you're like, that was them, that was the guy, that was the gal, that was my jam, that was. Let's start with you, Heather.
Oh, give me a minute, I gotta think. Don't make me go first.
All right. Razorvine, how about you?
I think I have a character sheet here.
So, there's a character I played in. So up here in Minnesota, we have this amazing. It's still going on. I'm not part of it anymore, but it's still going on. There's this LARP, werewolf LARP, and I played.
Oh God, LARPs!
Yes.
Holy shit, that's a thing. Yeah.
Anyway,
go on.
It's totally a thing. Yes. We have this werewolf LARP. It's called damn, I can't remember. It doesn't really matter. The point is that it's still going on. It's like huge. It's like a freaking event game every single 2 weeks.
Oh, is that the One World by Night network?
No, it's called the Gru Nation. It's
okay,
like
all right.
It's like its own group. It's very similar to One World. They split off from One World because One World was like, yo, we don't give a shit about you werewolves.
These fucking LARP networks are so fucking petty and factious. It's amazing.
It's totally true. Anyways, sorry. Let me. I played a character called Speaks with Spiders. He was clearly a glasswalker. I played him for nearly 4 years.
Explain to the audience what a glasswalker is.
So a glasswalker is basically a werewolf who's totally into modern society and technology.
Yeah, they're werewolves that live in cities.
Yes, because pretty much all the rest of the werewolves hate modern society and technology, but the glasswalkers love all that shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, They're big into the Weaver, if anybody gets that reference at all.
Yeah, in Werewolf there are three major spiritual forces: the Weaver, who creates order; the Wild, which is nature; and the Worm, who is the corrupter.
I ended up playing that character for several years, and he died. I had a flaw on my sheet called enemy. Enemy means that there's somebody always out there gunning for you, and my 4-point enemy attacked me while I was in the middle of attacking a thunderworm. I don't know whether anybody knows what the heck that is.
I'm assuming.
A thunderworm is basically a really big, nasty worm creature.
It is literally
like a
worm-like creature made of lightning.
Oh, okay. I was when you said worm, I didn't know if you meant like earthworm or dragon.
In this case, earthworm.
Gotcha.
That's
okay.
I find it's best to distinguish between the two by pronouncing it Warren.
Oh, that makes more sense. I usually just say
worm,
dragon.
and yeah, I always just say worm. Like I know it's supposed to be Wyrm, but because it's actually Welsh, and it's got a weird pronunciation. Like Welsh is the country that gives us the place that gives us. I'm pretty sure the word wyvern. Wyvern.
That sounds Welsh.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Actually, just some gamer. Yeah, it's very similar except much bigger.
What'd they say?
They were thinking of graboids.
Oh,
Yeah. The funny thing is that the creature that the Thunderworms are based off of are called, in the actual lore that they come from in the real world, is called an Uktena. And if you're a fan of Werewolf the Apocalypse, you'll recognize that the Uktena is actually the name of a werewolf tribe. That's because the mythology of White Wolf games is all fucked up, yo.
No crap. Yeah, that's he's basically my favorite character because
And yes, Matt, the Gallic tongue is a motherfucker.
it sure is. It sure is.
Let's add unnecessary vowels and then not pronounce them.
Yep.
Yeah, it's basically my favorite character because I got to be him for like ever, like possibly the longest role playing character.
What was his name?
He was Speaks with Spiders.
Speaks of Spiders. Okay.
He was a Theurge, if you understand what that means.
Yes.
No.
A Theurge is a werewolf mystic.
Gotcha. I really haven't played that many, to be honest. Like, I played a little bit of D&D in high school a long time ago. And we only just started with a new campaign recently with all my friends on Skype because a bunch of us don't live in the same state anymore, and we wanted to, just have Skype calls and chat, so we decided, hey, let's just do a D&D game. So I'm now, we just did a whole bunch of stuff, and I wanted to change characters because the one I was playing, I wasn't really feeling it. I wanted to change it up. Also, my character was broken because I was a monk, and monks destroy fucking everything. They just destroy fucking everything. So now I'm a tiefling, and tieflings are cool. Tieflings are like half demons for people who aren't familiar. They're like humanoid-y kind of, their like ancestors were demons. So they kind of look like the Disney Gargoyles cartoons, but without the wings. Which is why I was like, I really like that design. I'm going to go with that.
Yeah, I played a tiefling rogue at one point named Xena. No. Exene. That was it. It was one of the few times I actually played like a female character. Tiefling rogue. It was a lot of fun playing that character because that was the first time when I played a character where I was like, I'm just going to be utterly irresponsible, completely, and everyone's like, all right, did you unlock the trap? Yeah, it's totally cool. I'm like, wait, you haven't rolled yet. I'm like, yeah, I'm rolling now. You failed. Okay, a fireball goes off. And if it was one of those moments where it's like, I think we really need to think of our strategy, I'm like, okay, I charge. Because god damn it, there was this moment. It was Return to the City of the Spider Queen. Like that adventure. And as if anyone's run that, you know that you start that on an underground cliff that leads into the Drow underground territory, their nation. But you've got to cross the spider web to start getting into the real adventure. And it's like, oh, we cross the spider web, we fight a few drow guys, kill a giant spider, and you're done. Because what they wanted to do was have you kill some guys that would give you slippers of spider climbing so that you could complete other parts of the adventure. So it's like drow come after you, you take their items, and now you can just walk on spider webs. Pretty simple. But for some reason, I was in a group that overthought everything. So we get to that cliff, have our fight, take the items, and I'm like, okay, awesome. Let's crawl down to the next level and then find a place to like rest. And they're like, no, we should rest here. And I'm like, on the cliff? And they're like, yeah. Okay, so we do. We got to get our spells back. I'm like, all right, fine. So we do. And then in the middle of the night, the drow just attack us again. This keeps happening for 3 whole gaming sessions.
Oh, man.
Not game days, but game sessions.
Oh.
And by the end of it, I am like, I am getting off this goddamn cliff. I am not waiting any longer to actually start the adventure. God damn it. So it's just like, no, I just go down. I'm not waiting at all. You know, and they're like, oh, but we're not ready. And I'm like, we ain't never gonna be ready if we stay here. God damn it. Sorry to interrupt. That just reminded me of that.
That's okay.
Oh, man.
Anyone else?
Yeah. Lewis?
Well, there was this LARP I was a part of once where we had to find this gauntlet, but it turns out that we were actually tricked into getting it by a sorcerer who wanted to destroy all technology in the world, but he ran a coffee shop.
Okay.
I don't know. The problem is I don't have very much in terms of long-running characters for a lot of my stuff. I mentioned the White Wolf thing I did. Back when I was a kid, I was part of this... I was in a lot of day camps in order to try to, to keep me busy during the summer. And one thing they signed me up for was a chess camp for a bit. And I say camp, but really it was just my dad drove me and my brother out to the place every day. But the thing is, it wasn't chess all the time because that would kill you after of boredom after a while. I mean, I love chess, but I don't need that much chess in my life. So after lunch, they set up a few D&D games, and the first D&D game was all right. I played like a ranger for a bit, and I can barely remember that. But after that, we did a superhero RPG.
Ooh.
And I was into Transformers at the time.
Oh.
And since, of course, this was an actual like Marvel RPG, I asked, "Can I be Soundwave?" So I was a good guy Soundwave.
Oh, that's great.
Who's not Blaster?
Who is not Blaster? Because Soundwave is cooler than Blaster.
I got it.
No offense to Blaster, of course. I like Blaster just fine, but Soundwave is cooler.
Yeah,
it's true. It's totally true.
Oh man, dude, real quick, hold on. Keep talking.
Oh, you gotta show him.
Gotcha.
Show him.
No.
Show him. He showed me this the other day.
Because I'm drunk. Josh is gonna bring it out.
Thank you, Josh.
What's happening?
Otherwise, I would hold on. Check it out, man.
Look at he.
Look at that.
I'm waiting for the video to
Yeah.
Woo.
I got
catch
a whole
up. So
thing about
whatever
this.
you're showing that's so cool, I can't see it yet.
Okay, hang on a moment.
Look how badass that
Oh, look at that
Oh, that's cool. It's totally cool.
thing. We love you. We love Devastator.
Oh god, yeah. Like Jesus Christ, this is the Combiner Wars one. The thing is fucking huge.
It is fucking huge.
I love this thing.
Eventually,
So
I will get a
cool.
Masterpiece Soundwave, but the things like go for like insane
Oh
price.
man, the Masterpiece Transformers are amazing. They're so good. And some of the third-party faux Masterpiece ones that they did, super awesome.
Oh yeah, I have a few of those.
Oh, man, which ones?
The thing is, like I said, I'm a huge Soundwave fan, so I've got a bunch of third-party cassette Transformers.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
These are great. Yeah, the one, for some reason, the one that I became like really super enchanted with, of the current line of like third party ones that are coming out is actually the Galvatron. I don't know why, but the Galvatron that they're rolling, the Fans Project is rolling out right now. I'm like, holy shit! I don't know why that.
Is he a tank or a gun?
He's as he is in the movie, which is he's that weird tank gun amalgamation.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that's cool about it is that I had that toy as a kid, and that toy looked nothing like Galvatron in the movie. So it's kind of one of those like and childhood wishes made real. Like, wow, I really want a Galvatron toy that actually looks like fucking Galvatron, voiced by Leonard Nimoy. You know?
Someone in the chat says Linkara was Sound Recorder. Sound Recorder, if for those who don't know, is a Chinese bootleg knockoff of Soundwave. Which here's the funny thing there. I actually own a Sound Recorder.
Nice.
Because I was shopping on eBay one day and I wanted a Soundwave toy and I didn't realize that they were advertising a Chinese knockoff. So I bought it. It was like, this thing seems much bigger than Soundwave should be. So I got that, and of course, Phalos showed it on Bootleg Zone. It's like, oh, that's the same one I have. It can't even close its leg the right way.
Yeah, I feel like I remember seeing one of his episodes of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I got the.
That's a ridiculous name too.
Yeah, I have the like third-party Stunicons that they did, which I love those things. Those things are awesome.
I've always been reluctant to get Gestalts because I've always been afraid, like, how these things probably don't hold together that well because they're like 5 or 6 robots that's just jammed together and probably don't have the best articulation options available as a result.
The funny thing is some of the third-party ones, they're a little uneven, but they're better than the Gestalts, than the original Gestalts were by a country mile. Like the Menasor actually does articulate reasonably well. It's not as sturdy as the Combiner Wars Devastator. The Combiner Wars Devastator is super sturdy. Like, I could not believe how sturdy that thing was. Like, and it does, like, fully articulate. Its arms move, its fucking hips move, and all that jazz. But if that's not enough for you, a third party has created add-on parts to make it even more badass. Which I'm like, who would have known that third-party Transformer toys would be a thing that happened? I still can't believe it. It's fucking 10-year-old me is so happy. You know?
The other thing I did back in the day, back in caveman times, I found a website that had Lego Transformers, basically original designs that of like Lego stuff, and it was the most annoying thing in the world because some of them had instructions, others did not. And I was like, this thing is badass, and I know I could build it if it just showed me how to do it. So I tried to approximate as best I could with some cases.
And these are like Lego designs that like other people had made.
Yep.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Just like okay, it has robot mode, it has a vehicle mode. This thing twists around here. This part like moves around like this. This opens up. That kind of thing. It's just awesome. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, I think the site is dead now. Like about a year or two ago, I discovered like an old folder full of my old favorites links, and I just like went through them and tweeted online like, huh, this site still exists. This site does not.
Oh man, God. Someone mentioned in the chat. Someone mentioned Pretender Transformers. Fuck you. Fuck you.
What was even the point?
I have no idea. It was like, oh, now they look like people. What?
Oh, why?
That's stupid. Like,
they're 20 feet tall.
Yeah, like, there's no way. Now, you want to know, although I will tell you, the best thing that came out of Pretender Transformers was the Marvel Transformers comic putting
where
that
they, like,
into the
wrestlers?
canon. Yeah! And you're like,
yeah.
What? Like, there was this guy who was like, the Scorponok dude, head of Scorponok, is like an evil corporate overlord, and during a business meeting, he's like, I am the Decepticon leader! And he's like a robot under his business suit, but not like a sleek, cool humanoid robot, but like the fucking blocky piece of shit toy. And I'm like, this is the dumbest thing I have ever read. Why am I still reading this?
I don't recall. I remember. See, that was the other thing. There was a website back in caveman times that actually had every single Marvel Transformers comic scanned on it, and that's how I read the whole thing.
Yeah,
and I remember liking the Headmasters miniseries. It wasn't great, but it wasn't awful.
Yeah, but they brought the Headmasters miniseries into the regular Transformers continuity at some point, and that's when it got really strange.
And then they got the Power Masters thing, and eventually we brought back Optimus Prime for Optimus Prime died 3 or 4 times in that.
In that comic series alone, you're like, you gotta be kidding me, come on. And the one, I remember the moment where I was like, okay, I don't know what has happened here, but something has happened, and okay, so Fortress Maximus, if you know who he is,
yep,
is so big that he not only has a headmaster, his headmaster has a headmaster.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, because his headmaster is Cerebro, but Cerebro's headmaster is Spike Witwicky. And that came into the comic, and for some reason, the minute that happened, I was like, now you're just making this shit up.
To be fair, Fortress Maximus was a freaking city.
Yeah.
So, if it was just a headmaster, its head would have been tiny.
Yes.
Just imagine, like it looks like a headless Fortress Maximus just kind of stomping around, and you need a micro lens to see the head.
Or I think at one point they did that, where it was like, oh, where is Cerebro? And you're like, how is he walking around? Whatever, it's Transformers, roll with it, And god damn it, I remember the fucking end of the Marvel Transformers cartoon. I'm like, I cannot believe how strange and good this writing is. It's so off the wall. It's like they're like, all right, look, we're ending the Transformers thing, so we're just going to go completely fucking crazy. And the moment that kicks this off is Galvatron is fucking mad because this guy named Bludgeon has taken over Decepticons.
And Bludgeon was a samurai skeleton. I think was he a
tank.
Pretender?
Yeah, he was like a tank pretender. Weird. And so Bludgeon is leading the Decepticons, and for some reason the Autobots and the Decepticons have got to work together, otherwise they're all going to die. Galvatron is pissed, and he's stomping around Cybertron. All of a sudden, the space bridge opens up, and Megatron walks out. And like the movie, the Marvel Megatron is Galvatron. So Galvatron's sitting there going like, it's Megatron, but I'm Megatron. And you're like, what just happened?
Well, to be fair, Galvatron in the comics, in those comics, that was a confusing, weird thing they decided to do, because basically they took Galvatron from the cartoon continuity,
yes,
and brought him into the Marvel continuity, like some dimensional opening or something, pulled him in.
Yeah.
So everybody's confused, like, who the hell is this guy?
Yeah, it was the weirdest thing. And then they brought back, to make it even weirder, way early in the Transformers run, when they had first introduced the Space Bridge. Turns out, first of all, the Space Bridge itself is a Transformer. And Ratchet tries to save the guy, but Megatron runs in at the last minute as there's an explosion. And because it's a dimensional cross thing, periodically throughout the comics, people would get a vision of this weird amalgamation of Megatron and Ratchet.
That was the scariest freaking thing I've ever seen. like the freaking like two-headed man fused together, like, help me kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like, kill me. And you're like, ah. And they brought that back at the end. And I'm like, well, Never let it be said Transformers Marvel comic didn't go all the way.
Number 80 in a 4-issue limited series.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Oh my god. Like, a lot of people are like, oh man, what about the Car Wash of Doom? And I'm like, the Car Wash of Doom is a footnote in the weirdness that is the Marvel
I reviewed the
Transformers.
Car Wash of Doom. It's fun.
Yeah, it is.
You're gonna have the fleshy humans around, and at least they do something interesting with them. And it was it was okay.
Yeah, it was.
Again, this is a thing that David Willis likes to remind us all. Optimus Prime's entire mind and personality can be saved on a
floppy
disk.
Yeah,
you get upwards of 1.8 megabytes on one of those.
Oh man.
I couldn't believe... Okay, I've got the camera problem again, so I'm going to handle that. But I couldn't believe that in the Transformers continuity was so weird, good, but crazy, that they brought that back 5 years later. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wait, isn't Optimus Prime still on a floppy disk somewhere? And they're like, yes! And now that becomes important. You're like, but it's been like 5 years, and now we're on... Okay.
But you know what? I appreciate that.
I did too.
Because the prevailing mindset of a lot of this kind of thing was syndication, and in syndication, they don't want ongoing continuity because they want people to just be able to watch any episode without having to need to see anything else, because of course not everyone can. Yeah. Television has changed so much since then. Babylon 5 was considered revolutionary in its day just because it had the ongoing continuity like that.
Yeah. Babylon 5, also called because Paramount had rejected my other show, Deep Space Nine, that they ended up doing.
To be fair, there's no hard feelings about that from anyone.
No. But
someone was starting stuff in my comments section about that.
Oh yeah. The fans are way more butthurt about that than the creators are.
Yeah.
But there definitely was a moment where J. Michael Straczynski was like, "Motherfuckers, you bastards!" Ah, well, whatever. I got my show. It's Babylon 5. It is awesome.
They're both good. DS9 and B5 went off did their own things, and they both did them very well.
Yeah, the funny thing was that the show that really tried to bite the style of Babylon 5 was Voyager.
Oh, geez, Voyager! It's
God damn it! That show had such potential in the pilot, and then by the 5th episode, you were like, oh.
At least
not necessarily, because the thing is, if there's one thing that Star Trek series have, it's that there's always growing pains, and it sucks that there's growing pains. But it's like a continuous trend throughout all the series, with the exception of the original series, which only had 3 seasons. TNG had this problem. Voyager had this problem, although Voyager had this problem throughout the entire run.
Well, yeah, the problem was Voyager didn't recover. Yeah,
and DS9 was okay for the most part, but there was a lot of unevenness here and there during some of DS9's early days, and then by season 3, they got their acts together. Same for TNG, but with Voyager, it's fascinating reading behind the scenes about that, because it seems like there were seasons where people really cared, really wanted to do it, and then by the time season 5, 6, and 7 rolled around, and Ron Moore finished up his run on DS9 and wanted to come over, you read his account of it, and it's horrifying how little they cared, that there was more office politics going on than caring about the characters, and they just and the prevailing attitude of the writers was just add more technobabble, we don't care.
I mean, at least it wasn't Enterprise. I mean, just saying.
Enterprise is another example of this. First 2 seasons, garbage. Season 3, we gotta save the show. Let's actually have it be about something.
Oh, but it's too late. It's too late.
No, because season 4 was actually gaining ratings again. But then UPN itself was going down.
It was hard to justify Enterprise, though. I mean,
UPN.
I never quite got I mean, okay, so like I was a big Star Trek fan for like ever and ever, and when the series finale of Voyager came around, because that was like the first time in years that there was going to be no Star Trek on the air. When the series finale of Voyager came around, I was like, okay, I haven't watched Voyager for a while. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to watch Endgame, right? Because it's like a historical type landmark to a certain extent. And I was like, I watched it, and my friend at the time, we both watched it together. He had this massive remote control, like super awesome, like super awesome, like digital fucking weird ass remote control. And he looked at me, and he looked at me when I was watching the end of the series, and he's like, "Do not throw the remote control through the television mic. If you do so, I will have to force you to pay for my very nice television." And I'm like, okay. But when Enterprise came on, when the very first episode of Enterprise came on, I was like, when we got to Straight to the Heart, and I was just like, I'm going to reach through the television, find who created this show, and kill them all.
Oh man!
Well, you know why they did that, right? You notice that they didn't call the show Star Trek Enterprise?
Oh yes, I remember that.
Wait,
I was so furious.
I actually did not watch Enterprise, so I'm not sure about what you're talking about.
Okay, here's the thing, Jackula. By this point, bear in mind that, of course, ratings for Star Trek had declined since the end of TNG. Because just, pop culture moves on, and the other series were sadly not as popular.
Yeah.
So the thought process was, well, Star Trek has once again become this kind of geek stigma nerd thing, so we want to differentiate that. Don't remind people this is Star Trek. So don't.
Oh, that's why they did that.
Wasn't this at the same time that sci-fi was like, we're sci-fi now?
No, that came
it was around
later.
that point. I think it was actually near the end of Enterprise's run when they actually made themselves sci-fi. But
it was.
That was a whole thing. So they called it Enterprise for the first either the first season or the first 2 seasons, one or the other, because of course you're alienating your core fan base.
Yeah.
And Enterprise tried to appeal to the Baywatch crowd by having these ridiculous, stupid, completely unsexy scenes of Scott Bakula and I can't remember the name of her actress, Jolene Blaylock, rubbing each other down with decontamination gel. We could go on so many rants about Enterprise, but stuff like that, they did that for like 3 or 4 damn seasons. And bear in mind, this was the early 2000s. Internet was around. People could get porn on the internet already. They didn't need this anymore.
Well, I found myself going, look, if you want to put sex appeal back into Star Trek, I'm like, that's cool, but you do realize it's got to be like, you either got to 60s it up or it's got to be like alien chicks, right? Just having people in various states of not quite undress ain't gonna do it.
There are so many things wrong with Enterprise. Where do I begin? First of all, it feels very... The thing that bugged me a lot during the early seasons was that I don't think they understood scope. The chief engineer on the show was a character named Trip Tucker, who's supposed to be all Southern and like.
Okay.
And he's telling this example of regret to a Vulcan who was expressing regret about something that he didn't know he was to do. So Tucker's example of greatest regret that he can think of: I didn't ask this girl to my elementary school dance.
Oh my god.
I would remind you, this guy is supposed to be in like late 20s, early 30s. He's flying. He's in charge. He is the chief engineer on the first huge interplanetary mission, and his biggest regret to really tell you to seize the moment. Elementary school.
What a charmed life he must lead.
That's
They
terrible.
they played him as a yokel during the first two
That's
seasons
terrible.
as a complete and utter hick. It was astounding how stupid he seemed, and yet he was supposed to be the chief engineer.
And the funny thing is that Outer Space Southern Good Old Boys has been done extremely well. It was called StarCraft.
Yep.
Yeah.
They fixed him in season 3 and 4. They actually made him
That's
intelligent
good.
again, and they gave him like pathos in season 3, because in season 3 was a season-long arc.
Got it.
Because one of the problems of it was Brandon Braga, one of the writers for both for TNG and Voyager, and one of the head writers of Enterprise, was not a fan of the original series, or at least he had never actually really watched the original series. And bear in mind, this is supposed to be a prequel series to the original series.
Oh, man.
So there's very little enthusiasm for the possibilities of what was going on during this era, which we knew very little about in terms of Star Trek history. So most of the time, it felt like white trash in space going around causing international incidents.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, really quick, just because I noticed this in the chat, yeah, I will have no negative things said about the movie Space Truckers. That title does not lie. That is 100% what that movie is. Space Truckers.
It doesn't lie to you.
It does not lie. It's got fucking Dennis Hopper in it.
Yes, the Hopper.
Oh man.
So ratings for Enterprise are in the toilet, but it's pretty much their flagship show now for UPN, because Voyager was their flagship show and they got nothing else. They got Homeboys in Outer Space.
Oh my god, I remember that shit. Oh god. That was so bad.
So they got to keep it around. They're like, okay, we got to fix the show. So they hired on Manny Koto as an executive producer. Manny Koto is a fan of the original series.
Okay.
So he's like, why don't we, well, first of all, why don't we give something a reason for people to be invested and want to come back each week? So we have the season-long arc. And then season 4 is, this is a prequel, right? Why don't we actually make it a prequel? Let's explain why the Vulcans are jerks in this series, but are awesome in the original series. Let's lay the foundations for the Romulan War. Let's actually start, trying to make the Federation.
Sounds like a plan. So
And
what
you know
happened?
It was good. There were still some bad episodes in there, because every season's going to have bad episodes.
Yeah.
But the show was gaining ratings again, and it was actually getting it was getting people excited again. And then the series finale, which, to be fair, was not originally meant to be the series finale. It would have been an interesting, if okay, episode if it had just been a season finale. It still would have had problems trying to connect it, but as a series finale, it was a middle finger to Enterprise and the entire franchise.
So what happened? Because I did not.
Okay, I don't know
watch
how
Enterprise at
familiar
all.
are you with Next Generation?
I am reasonably familiar with Next Generation.
Do you recall an episode called The Pegasus?
You gotta be kidding me. Yes.
Okay. Do you recall at any point during that Riker has to go... For those who in the chat who don't know, The Pegasus is a story about an admiral coming on board who used to be Riker's CO, and they're trying to find Riker's old lost ship, the Pegasus, which was involved in some kind of shady dealing. There was a mutiny on board, and Riker has to go through this emotional turmoil because he defended his captain despite what he was doing was illegal. And eventually, the truth is revealed and all that. And
it was actually one of the first TNG kind of legal battle episodes I remember.
It wasn't really a legal battle, but it was a very good episode.
Yeah.
It was both for character stuff and just for some cool sci-fi stuff they did, because it brought back Romulan stuff and explained why the Federation did not have cloaking technology.
Yeah.
Now, do you recall at any point during that episode him going to the holodeck to do soul searching?
What?
Because that's the finale of Enterprise. During the course of the events of the Pegasus, Riker goes in the holodeck and lives the final voyage of the pre-Federation Enterprise.
What?
Yes.
Yes.
What?
Oh, totally true.
You gotta. Why? No, what? Like, you're not gonna end on a disastrous encounter with the Romulans. You're not gonna talk like running into the Klingons or something. No.
It's
We're gonna
it's
connect
all about
it?
Riker.
What?
And how Riker viewed the crew of this Enterprise, and we're gonna kill off Trip, the guy I mentioned before. This the story that they're recounting in the holodeck takes place like 7 years after the point we were watching in the show at that point. Like, and it was Enterprise's final journey, bringing Captain Archer back to Earth to make a big speech that would lay the groundwork for the Federation, like an announcement of an alliance of worlds that will eventually that becomes a federation. We never actually get to see his speech, of course, which is probably for the best considering Archer was garbage at speeches.
So basically, what you're telling me is that the entire run of Enterprise is a holodeck experience, not even on the fucking Enterprise D, but the Pegasus.
No, it's on the Enterprise D.
Okay, well, at least
again,
we
this
got that.
This takes place during the events of the Pegasus. Even though if you actually watch that episode,
the
there's no way in hell this could take place during that time.
Okay.
There's not enough time for it to happen.
Why the fuck would you do that? That makes no sense.
Well, the thought process for Rick Berman and Brannon Braga, because of course they did this, was that if this is the end, if this is going to be the end of our this is going to be the end of 18 continuous years of Star Trek on the air. So this is our way of honoring the franchise. And in fact, all it did was be a middle finger to that franchise, and especially to Enterprise fans.
Jesus Christ. Like,
now, as I said, if this had just been a season finale or just a regular episode, I think it would be a little better received. It would still be garbage.
It would be acceptably awful. As opposed to
because it'd be kind of an interesting idea, and it's nice to see some old cast members. But the problem, of course, is that it also answers a whole bunch of stuff that was kind of they were building up. Like Trip was starting a romance with the Vulcan lady T'Pol, and it turns out they actually didn't do anything for 7 years.
Well, Ponfar, I guess. Wait, I thought Ponfar was only males.
Yeah, it was supposed to be. But they actually did an episode in season 2 where a virus triggers T'Pol's Ponfar, even though, again, as you said, it's only supposed to be Vulcan males.
Yeah, that was kind of the point.
And it was also another case of, wow, you really don't get sex appeal with this, because really it just comes across awkward because, hey, no one wants to take advantage of the woman who's not in control of her own faculties.
Yeah, kind of got a problem there. Yeah,
Enterprise had tons and tons of problems, and that finale was the final middle finger from Berman and Braga to Star Trek. Now, to be fair, here's the thing: Brannon Braga, I have a little bit more respect for, because he was actually a writer and he told some really compelling, good television. And as SF Debris has pointed out, he's a multiplying factor. You partner him up with someone who is talented and really good, and he makes a good episode 1,000 times better. You partner him up with someone who doesn't know what the hell they're doing, and you get at -0.
Yeah, so you either get genius or you get complete bullshit.
Brannon Braga. The problem with Brannon Braga was, he was kind of like a Star Trek fan who got to control the Star Trek universe. Berman was just a fucking hack. Berman was a fucking hack.
Actually, you know what? I'll give a better example. Brannon Braga is Stephen Moffat.
Ooh, that's really good. He's really
a talented writer.
Yeah. Okay. I'll buy that.
A lot of noteworthy, interesting episodes. Who was promoted to a higher position and probably shouldn't have been in that position.
Yeah, he wasn't quite ready for. He wasn't ready for it. Yeah, like the thing. I actually way prefer the Russell T. Davies could fucking build up to a climax.
Yeah, but he could never pay off. Sorry.
Oh no! I think
Blowing Deus Ex Machinas.
Yeah. Well, no. Let me put it this way: the thing that I always thought was brilliant about Russell T Davies is whenever his bullshit explanation happened, I was always like, like that moment where it's like, yes, it's all a plan by Davros. Davros, what's he gonna do? He's gonna blow up reality. Yes. This is the stupidest thing ever, and I am so invested.
He calls it I know he called it a reality bomb. I think it was just supposed to kill organic life.
Yeah.
But
whatever.
I don't think RTD quite understood some of the concepts he was describing.
Probably not. But like, I always appreciated the way that man built stakes. Even if it made no sense, I was always like, look, this completely wrecks the continuity of this other thing. I don't care.
There are good and bad elements to both Moffat's run and to RTD's run. I'm interested in seeing where Chris Chibnall takes it, because I do feel it's time for some new blood, because I've gotten used to Moffat's tropes now.
Did you hear that damn.
No, I didn't hear that. But...
Sorry. Why have I lost? What's the new Doctor's name right now?
Capaldi. There are rumors that Capaldi is going to leave, but there's always rumors that an actor's going to leave between seasons.
Yeah.
Well, we're not getting any new Doctor till freaking 2017. Holy shit.
Well, I think we're going to get a Christmas special.
Probably. You're probably right.
Well, hey, like that show's been going strong for like almost 10 years now.
Yep.
Probably about, I think we could ease on Doctor Who for a little bit.
That's true.
I was really, although with that said, when they brought it back, like 10 years ago, I was like, you're gonna bring back Doctor Who. Nothing gonna replace Sylvester McCoy's run.
Are you kidding?
Goddamn!
I was so damn excited they were bringing it back, because I'm starving because at that time I'm starving for any new Doctor Who, because I'm an American who's been watching Doctor Who for 3 years old and no one knows what the hell I'm talking about.
Well, the funny thing was I was all up. I would have been totally okay. I ended up being totally okay with it. But here was where I was coming from, which is we had just come out of the late 90s, where everything that they tried to do with Doctor Who blew.
Except the audio dramas.
Which I actually didn't listen to.
You should. They're damn good.
Everyone tells me that. And I believe them. But it's not really my cup of tea. But the thing was I was like, I'm not willing. I was always like, I'm not willing to forgive that Fox television thing that they did. I'm not willing to forgive that. Because the thing was I actually really liked the actor who played the Doctor in that episode.
Paul McGann.
Yeah. Paul McGann was great.
Again, audio dramas.
Yeah, that's what everyone tells me.
But here's the thing about that movie, which brings me back to what I said. Starving for new Doctor Who content. I'm a 9-year-old kid. Doctor Who movie. I freaking loved it.
Yeah, see, I was already like in my mid-20s by the time that thing dropped, and so I was like, "You got to be kidding me!" Yeah.
With that one, I can't hate it, because it just puts me in the mindset of a 9-year-old so excited to see any new Doctor Who stuff.
I can see that. I can appreciate that. Yeah.
How old are you, Lewis?
I am 28.
I was gonna say he's around my age.
But it always interests me, Kaluna, because actually you actually come across as much younger.
I know. Everyone thinks it's funny because everyone thought Yomars and I are the same age. We're not. I'm 26.
Yomars is like 20?
He's
21.
21. He's 21.
Yeah.
Heads up, Jack. We've been going for 2 hours. Do you want to keep going, or do you want?
Yeah, we can keep going for a little bit. I'm okay with that.
I'll probably go to bed relatively soon here, but
Cool.
I of course will keep talking any kind of science fiction stuff. Speaking of UPN, you know what I just did before we started the stream?
No.
I bought the complete series of Legend.
Ooh.
What?
Now here's the question: do any of you know what the hell Legend is?
No.
I'm uncertain because it sounds like you're telling me that they made a television show based off of the '80s movie.
Nope, it is not that.
Okay.
Legend was a brief 12-episode TV series that was on UPN during its first year. It was only canceled because management for UPN changed and they decided it wasn't really the thing they wanted for the network. It was a Western, a sci-fi Western to be exact, with Richard Dean Anderson and John Delancey.
Ooh.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Richard Dean Anderson played this alcoholic novelist in the Old West who wrote these stories from as a first-person perspective of a character named Nicodemus Legend. So people mistakenly assume that the writer is the same as the character, and of course he's not. He's a boozing, womanizing, craphead.
Okay.
And he goes to a town and joins forces with John Delancey, who is a European scientist who creates a bunch of steampunk technology for him, and they go and fight crimes in the Old West.
Oh.
Oh my god, I think I remember this
so it's
now.
basically like so was it like an attempt to like do like Wild Wild West the TV show but not have the stigma of the brand at that point?
Possibly.
Like, because that's what it sounds like, but
I
Is
remember
this
really
show
liking it as a kid.
Is it any
because,
good?
of course, but I haven't watched it in forever. No one's talked about it ever. So I have now bought the complete series on Amazon. So I will revisit it and see if it holds up.
It's on DVD.
I just remember the pilot in particular. This hilarious moment where Richard Dean Anderson is like they're in this complicated situation where he has to like use a flying machine that John Delancey has invented. And he's like, no, you don't understand. I wrote this scene. I die in this scene. And John Delancey's like, no, you're not going to die. You're going to fall and break your neck and be paralyzed forever. Then maybe you'll die.
Oh, yeah, and by the way, fragmenting, fuck yeah, Briscoe County Jr.
That was a thing. People were, apparently it was compared a lot to Briscoe County Jr.
Considering everything you said, I'm not surprised. That's very similar, actually. Probably the maybe not so much the show itself, but definitely in its premise.
I have never seen Briscoe County Jr., so I cannot say for certain.
Oh, it is also an alternate history Western with steampunk elements, but this one stars Bruce Campbell.
Nice.
Yeah. It was pretty good. It was also Briscoe County Jr., that was also a Sam Raimi show, wasn't it? Yeah, okay.
I think so.
Yeah, that was one of the Sam Raimi shows that he did, I think, while he was still doing Hercules, but before, like, Xena really got big. I think. The timeline might be fucked up on that. Because he did, during the 90s, Raimi did tons of television. Like,
Rob
ridiculous.
Tapert usually had more control over them, but he was definitely...
Yeah. Yeah. Although, speaking of which, Ash versus Evil Dead is actually really good.
I still need to watch it. I feel sad that I haven't watched any of it yet.
I haven't seen it yet either.
It's incredible. Like, that first episode is directed by Raimi himself, and it definitely shows. And they do this great thing where it is very obvious that Ash versus Evil Dead is Evil Dead 1 and the continuities of 1 and 2 put together.
Yeah, like, couldn't they not get the rights to Army of Darkness or something?
Yeah, it was something like that. It was something like that, but they decided, whatever, we don't technically need Army of Darkness to do this story, because tonally, it's a lot more like Evil Dead 2.
Yeah.
You know, it's super bloody. The Deadites are super jerks, which is what they need to be. Yeah, like that to me is like the real keystone of Evil Dead is like, all right, what do the Deadites do? Did they just do horrible things to people just to be assholes? If the answer is yes, then you're probably doing them right. You know, it was one of the things I actually really liked about the remake, which was the Deadite in that one was a complete asshole. With a ghoulish sense of humor, but the thing that they added to it that actually worked and made it way more horrifying, everything that Deadite was doing way more horrifying, was the fact that Deadite was not afraid to get X-rated. And you're just sitting there and you're like, oh my god, this thing is making a girl come on to her own brother. Oh, like, just to be nasty. You're like, oh, man. Oh, jeez.
I actually quite enjoyed it, too, but mostly for two things. One, I can't remember if we called him, like, 70s guy or 80s guy, because he just looked like he had stepped from a time warp.
Oh,
and he's, like, the most sensible character in the world.
The dude with the blonde hair and the glasses?
Yeah, the huge glasses. Yeah. I loved him, and he couldn't die. He keeps coming back to save the day.
Yeah, poor dude.
And eventually they kill him, but like most awesome character in it. And I like the fact that they actually that the girl who of course was supposed to die ends up being the hero in the end, like gets free of the Deadite influence. That's awesome.
Yeah. It was a really, really well told story. It really showed that one of the influences, one of the people that touched the script, probably giving it like that final polish that it really needed to make that story sing, was the writer of Juno, whose name I am now spacing on, but I used to know off the tip of my tongue because I was following her for a very long time. But yeah. It's very, the thing that's so cool about that Evil Dead remake is they really did make it a woman's story, like through and through, and that was such a good direction to take, especially considering that the character of Ash himself is such a guy's guy.
He's machismo personified.
Yeah, exactly. Especially by the time you get to the end of Evil Dead 2.
Chat says Diablo Cody.
Diablo Cody, thank you. Yes. Yeah, oh god. Like, there was this weird... Diablo Cody was really fascinating to follow because she has a very, very odd... It's a woman with a lot of, shall we say, sexual escapades in her past, and obviously are going to be many in her future. Because I watched this one Twitter exchange happen, and it was really one of those, so that's how that works. This porn star, that I actually don't know how I started following. I follow porn stars.
It's you, man.
It's me, man.
I just assume you follow lots of porn stars.
Somehow. And,
too many to remember.
Yeah, too many to remember. And she's like, I'm lonely and there's no one to fuck. Diablo Cody responded to her because they're obviously friends. And she's like, oh, my husband's in that hotel. He's at the bar. You should fuck him. And I'm like, and I'm trying to figure out, and I'm like, did she really mean that? I would believe it either way, but if
they're all okay with it.
Yeah, and if she was 100% serious, that is obviously the relationship they have, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I've known those kinds of relationships, like sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, just like every other type of relationship that exists, But I was just sort of like, oh, that's the kind of person she is. Cool. Yeah, and that was about the time I found out that she was like adding that she was one of the writers on the Evil Dead remake. So I was like, oh, well, this is a person who's gonna add something really cool to that movie if they let her.
You know, because she did another movie called Jennifer's Body, which is not that good.
Yeah, I haven't seen it myself, but just like even just from the trailer, I was like, this looks like it's no.
Yeah, you know all the great girls story centric stuff that the Evil Dead remake does. It's completely absent from Jennifer's Body. It's completely absent. You know, it's really bad. It's also one of those horror movies that I am willing to believe, on top of also being horrifically mediocre, was also further butchered in the theatrical cut, because the theatrical cut, the first 10 minutes gives the end of the movie away.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, and you're like, because you get to the end of the movie, because I saw it in the theater because I was a horror guy. I was connected to the Horror Society up in Sacramento, and a buddy of mine, Anthony, was like, "Hey, we got free tickets to see Jennifer's Body. You want to see it?" And I'm like, "Sure, I'll see a horror movie with Megan Fox naked." Wah, joke was on me. So we get to the end, and I'm like, "That's not a twist. You told us that in the beginning. Why did you do that?" And that's one of the things that, for some reason, American horror movies are really, right now, really scared of losing the audience. They're really afraid the audience isn't going to follow them. But I'm always like, well, you're not wrong to be worried about that. The problem is it ruins the movie for everybody else. And not just, like, causes a problem. I mean, flat out ruins it. Like, no one's going to really like this piece of shit now. You know, you can't please everybody in this genre, especially in this genre, you know, but we still want to apply those same rules to it, but it doesn't work that way.
You know what I really appreciate right now?
Yeah?
Blumhouse Pictures. Because even if even if not all the movies are all that great, and I can certainly complain about some of the Blumhouse movies, I appreciate the fact that there is a horror studio right now.
Yes.
Because one of the things, we talked about this on Twitter like a year or so ago, my concern about the lack of, like, a recurring villain in horror anymore. We don't have new horror icons turning up. We don't really have the same kind of horror actors anymore. No. But we have a consistent studio that's putting out movies and making a horror movie series. Even if the series are schlock or bad or something like that, the fact that someone's willing to do it, I appreciate that.
Yeah, Blumhouse really is trying to keep the mid-budget title alive. And that's one of the things I actually do appreciate about the studio, even if I don't like some of their movies. Horror Guru and I, when we went down to LA, Heather was with us too. We actually got to tour Blumhouse Studios. Really interesting.
So cool.
Yeah, it was super cool. You know, it's an office, and then there's a waiting room, and occasionally you'll be like, "Wait, aren't you that actor?" And oh, you are that actor in that thing. This is LA, and we're at Blumhouse, of course. You know, it really cool. But yeah. No, as far as like what Blumhouse does, yeah, absolutely appreciate it. 100%. It is a little upsetting that Blumhouse itself has kind of created its own bad tropes. Like Cecil of Good Bad Flicks, you know, coins it the Bagul, which is like at the very end, the monster comes up and goes, bleh!
The one last jump scare that's completely unnecessary. You notice The Conjuring didn't have that, and it was great.
Yeah, exactly. It was perfectly fine. You know, but
is that Bagul's thing now? Because I talked about this in my Sinister 2 vlog, which of course I saw like 2 months after anyone stopped caring about Sinister 2. And I appreciate what they tried to do with Sinister 2 because I love the first Sinister. Because it was a great mystery. We had likable characters. I love Deputy E so and so. I love the fact we didn't actually get a name out of him for the sequel. But the problem is the sequel took away a lot of that suspense and a lot of that horror from it because we've now come to realize Bagul doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
And I want him to be a recurring villain, but he needs to actually do something other than just go boo at the camera.
Yeah. The last horror icon, the last like great monster that we got really was Jigsaw.
Yep.
It's really a shame. Although because we mentioned Sinister, have you ever seen Home Movie?
I still have not. When Liz and I were together, she saw Home Movie and she really liked it.
Yeah. It's very obvious that like parts of Sinister were inspired by Home Movie. Not like absolutely ripped off, but like definitely inspired.
Well, that's another thing that pissed me off about Sinister 2. The first Sinister had great those movies. Those were disturbing as hell. Those were good. The ones in Sinister 2, God, they're so fake.
Yeah, the one
CG, the frickin' alligator.
The one that got me, I'm like hardcore and like a bit hardened, but the one that got me in Sinister, where I was like, oh jeez, okay, you got me there, was the lawnmower. The lawnmower one. I was like, I knew it was coming. I knew there was only one thing it was gonna be, but I still fucking leapt out of my skin, and I'm like, okay, you did that really well. You know, I knew it was coming, and I still jumped. You bastard!
I was confused. Like where's it going? Like, oh, Jesus!
Yeah. Exactly. And even if you knew, it still freaked you out, which was what was so great about that scene. You know, although, man, my favorite recent horror series that completely fell apart in the sequel, where I'm like, why did this happen, was Insidious.
I've only seen the first Insidious, which was okay for this kind of thing, because we've seen this movie a million times.
Yeah,
and I like haunted house. I like possessions and that kind of thing. I enjoyed it, but I didn't find it to be anything that special. But although I laughed my ass off at Darth Maul Demon playing in the meadows and sharpening his claws, like, oh my god, this is beautiful.
Yeah. Do yourself a favor, don't watch Insidious 2.
I'm going to, of course. It's a prequel, isn't it?
All right. Let me lay this on you really quickly. Yes and no, because Insidious 2 introduces time travel.
Oh.
And if you're like, that sounds terrible, it is.
It sounds awesomely terrible.
Wait until Insidious 2 ruins terrifying moments from the first one.
Hey, that's what I've heard, that Insidious 2 ruins the first movie.
It does. It completely ruins the first movie. You're like, you've got to be kidding me. Why did you do that? That I didn't need. It's one of those because it commits one of the big problems of modern horror movies, which is the explainies. It starts to explain everything, and you're like, I didn't need that explained. I just assumed that was a ghost.
Oh my god! Wait a second. Are you telling me that like when what's her face is in the house and she hears something outside or sees something move, it's actually a time traveling guy?
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Yes. But it doesn't.
You know what? I actually kind of appreciate that.
Well, here's the problem. If it was just that would be dumb, but you'd be like, all right. But that is not the only stupid thing that movie does.
Well, unless they time travel into becoming the twin girls with the creepy grins, I think I'll be good there, but we'll see.
I'm gonna say nothing more.
They're gonna time travel and become.
They're
gonna time travel and become the twins.
It's.
I look forward to this now. I'm very curious.
Oh
now.
my god. Oh my god.
This isn't the reaction you're supposed to have.
I let me put it this way. I hope you enjoy it, but I do not think you're going to be able to come out of this one saying that it is a good movie.
I doubt it, but you never know.
You never know.
I sometimes have maverick opinions about things.
Oh, man.
For example, I think Exorcist 3 is scarier than the first Exorcist.
I wouldn't go that far, but Exorcist 3 is really good. I wouldn't.
The problem was, and I talked about this in my quick look at, since I saw Exorcist as a teenager, when I had seen so many parodies of it, and so much talking about it, so the impact of it was ruined for me. Versus Exorcist 3, which I walked into with no preconceptions.
And let me guess, the one scared that you're like, oh my god, it was the woman. It's the old woman, wasn't it?
No. Well,
really?
No. The whole. If you mean from the first Exorcist?
No. From the third one.
From the third one? No. The biggest scare for me in Exorcist 3 was 4 minutes of nothing. 4 minutes of nothing, just kind of calmly going around, nurse doing her duties, minor jump scare for a bit, then she goes about her duties, camera pulls back, sudden zoom in, guy walking behind her with the hedge clippers.
Yeah.
Best jump scare in history, and it's an earned jump scare.
Yeah.
It's what The Conjuring did right. It built its atmosphere and built its suspense, and then it delivered.
Yeah. It's Exorcist 3 is a legit good movie. Its only problem is that it has to compare itself to the original, which was groundbreaking. And I have a weird relationship with The Exorcist, which okay, so Heather knows the story. So I'm 24. The Exorcist has just had, I think it's 30th anniversary, so they're putting it on DVD. Found a bunch of, the Countess is already laughing. They found a bunch of old footage, restored everything, beautiful, pristine. And she's like, I'm buying this. And I'm like, why are you buying that piece of crap? And she's like, what are you talking about? Exorcist is not a piece of crap. And I'm like, yeah, that movie's fucking not the least scary thing in the goddamn world. It's a fucking piece of shit. And she's like, how could you say that? You love horror. And I'm like, I love horror, and I am saying that. And she's like, well, I'm buying it anyway, and I'm making you watch it. And I'm like, okay, what's that going to prove, making me watch this again? Well, there's new footage. And I'm like, oh, yeah, because that saves shit. And we watch it. She convinces me, she's like, hey, you like that Blade Runner fucking when they put that shit back in, right? And I'm like, all right, maybe you're right. Maybe, all right, let's watch it. And so we put it in the PlayStation, and PlayStation 2, and start playing it. And we get to the infamous crucifixion scene. And I fucking leap. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? And she's like, what do you mean, what the fuck just happened? This is the crucifix scene. And I'm like, I've never seen that before. That was amazing. And she's like, how have you watched The Exorcist before and not seen the crucifix sequence? And that's when I realized something. Up until that moment, I had only watched the network television cut of The Exorcist. And I had assumed I had watched the movie, and I had never corrected. And I'm like, oh my god, this is a completely different movie. She's like, yes, you're an idiot. And I'm like,
to be fair, that has happened to me before too.
Yeah.
The first time I saw The Thing, I saw
John
it.
Carpenter's or the Howard Hawks?
John Carpenter.
Okay.
First time I saw it was the Sci-Fi Channel version of it.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
So sorry.
So the experience, of course, is partially ruined by the fact. I mean, of course, they cut stuff out, which I didn't realize until much later when I rewatched it. As a proper DVD. But the experience is ruined because of commercial interruptions, where I have to fast forward, and any kind of tension or atmosphere is completely gone. Because, oh crap, I'm out of it, and I have to go fast forward now with my TiVo.
Yeah, because that movie is so deliberately paced. Like, it's meant to just draw you in. I saw that when I was 7, and I've told this story several times. This is the moment I became a horror fan. I had watched, like, Creature Feature on Saturday evening with Gordie Ball or whatever, like, you look a horror host guy, and I had seen, Thing from Another World. And I find out that there's a remake. And I'm like, they're doing another one? A new one? Dad, I gotta see it. And he's like, really, son? And I'm like, yeah, I gotta see it. And he's like, okay. Because he had an idea what we were in for. I didn't. The minute that dog's head split open, I completely freaked out. I completely freaked out, and my dad is just sitting there like, told you, son. Sure, you want to leave? And I'm like, no, I can watch it. I look up and I'm like, okay, I can handle it. And then they get to the blood sequence, and I freak out all over again. And the entire time I'm like, ah! But of course, like, you get done with that when you're a kid, which is always why I tell people, like, look, go ahead, let your children be scared in a movie. It's okay. Because they're going to have one or two reactions. They're going to realize, I cannot handle this shit. I'm not doing it again. Or they're going to do what usually happens, which is a kid then just goes, that wasn't that scary. And then they watch it again. And it's the most fascinating reaction ever. It's the thing I love about horror movies that no other genre really gives you, which is that dare. It's like, I dare you. I dare you to watch it. I dare you to do it. And then you do, and you find out, actually, I felt kind of awesome completing that challenge. I want to do it again.
My plan for my kids to introduce them to horror is I start out with light horror TV, transition them slowly, and then hit them with Poltergeist.
Yes, that's a great plan. That is a fantastic plan.
Oh, that's so cruel.
No. It's not cruel because Poltergeist is probably my first horror movie. I'd have to really think hard about it. I'm pretty sure it is. But you want to, in my mind, I want to ease them in, with stuff like, Goosebumps or Are You Afraid of the Dark? Because that is scary enough for children.
Yeah.
And then Poltergeist is a nice balance of it because it's freaky enough that it is legitimately scary.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But it's also wholesome enough that it's paced well enough that and everyone survives and gets away in the end.
Well, depending on what you mean by wholesome, there is that whole weed smoking scene.
Well, wholesome in the sense that it's a family drama that's playing out, and everything works out in the end.
There's not a lot of death. It doesn't have a high body count.
Yeah.
There's no sense of hopelessness or cruelty. It's a haunted house and things get scary. The only thing I'm kind of reluctant about is the clown puppet, the clown doll, because I like my kids to like clowns.
Oh man, you gotta have your work cut out for you, man. Just good to tell you. But Poltergeist is actually a great example of PG horror done extremely well. Another one is Gremlins.
I do not know how they got away with a PG rating for Poltergeist with the damn face ripping off.
I know.
It's a completely different time.
Cool.
Such a completely different time.
Well, like, I couldn't believe, like, you look at Poltergeist now, with the eyes. One of the things I loved about Poltergeist, I noticed at the beginning, and because I was like, me and my father shared a great love of mythology. Like, one of our favorite movies to watch together was Clash of the Titans. But we have this fantastic love of mythology and symbolism and dreams.
Keep talking, I'm going to get them a drink.
Yeah. So when we watch Poltergeist, it was one of the first times when I realized what yonic imagery was.
Uh-huh.
Because in that movie, the kids are being attacked by a vagina that comes out of the wall. I recognized it. I was like, that's a lady part.
You mean the closet that was trying to suck them in?
Yeah. Look at it.
Yeah.
Red lighting. It's ovoid shape. It's extremely deliberate, super deliberate, because it all leads up to the scene with Tangina. Head towards the light, Carol Ann, because Carol Ann is being reborn after having been sucked back into the womb.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poltergeist is really, really well made. It's an amazing movie.
Yeah, Poltergeist, which is why the remake is so painful.
It's so egregious. Like the thing that they fucking marketed everything around was the scary clown, and I'm like, the scary clown is like, that's an incidental scare in the
tangential.
Yeah, it's so tangential
to be fair,
to the movie.
They build up that damn clown.
They do, but it's not like the centerpiece.
True.
Yeah, it's not like the main antagonist.
Yeah.
You know what I always walk away
from? It's not like the television.
Actually, you know what the single image that I always walk away from with Poltergeist, that like whenever I think of Poltergeist, the first thing that comes to mind, that long-legged kind of horse-faced demon thing.
Yeah.
I don't know why. There's something about that design that I love, and it's the one thing I always think of immediately when I think of Poltergeist.
Yeah. Oh man, Poltergeist is so good. God, have you ever? I always feel weird asking this because the answer is almost always yes at this point. But for a very long period of time, I knew very few people who had seen this movie, which was Phantasm.
I still haven't seen Phantasm. I need to watch it.
Yeah, you should. Phantasm's really good.
I've never seen Phantasm.
Oh my
I've
God.
not.
Lupa did a look at all 4 of the Phantasm movies.
Yeah.
Well, I know there's a 5th one. Did the 5th one finally come out?
No, 5th one hasn't come out yet. I don't.
Oh, for the love of!
I don't even think they filmed it yet. I don't. Yeah, the problem is that Don Coscarelli is the director. Does not want to do another Phantasm movie until he's got everything secured, because the last time he started was Phantasm 4 Oblivion, and that didn't go well at all. And so he doesn't want to return until he can get everything together. And whether or not he's been able to we keep hearing conflicting stories about whether he's doing it or not.
Well, I hope. Well, I know there was a teaser trailer that came out for it.
Yes. Yes. So things are hopeful, but like everyone's kind of like.
Well, if he filmed it, he has to release it now because, well, they really can't. They can't make a fresh movie. Angus Scrimm is gone now.
Yeah.
If you have Phantasm, you should totally bring it to fucking MAG so that we can watch it together.
I would. I'm not going to be at MAG this year, so if you did that,
man.
Oh, Phantasm!
I'll bring a copy to Con Bravo, Lewis.
Yeah.
Awesome! I love that.
Do that, yeah. Oh man, like that's one of those movies that just blew my mind when I watched it. And the funny thing was that was one that actually did translate incredibly well to television, which is how I first encountered it. Despite all the blood, like it translates incredibly well. You get the whole story without having to lose anything. Because I watched that movie because my local horror host, Count Gordival on Channel 20, had seen it at a film festival, and then the movie had kind of disappeared for a few years, and he desperately wanted it for his show, and he desperately wanted to broadcast it. And so he went through this huge amount of trouble, track down the director, track down the distributor, everything to get a television cut of the movie that he could show, and he succeeded. And introduced it to an entire generation of people. Otherwise, the film would have been completely forgotten. Because of the way it was distributed and handled when it was first released. And he is why Phantasm 2 got made. Indirectly.
Nice.
Yeah, it was really cool. And so if you ever put up like look into like YouTube, like Count Gordy Ball, Don Coscarelli, there are actually several interviews they've done together, because it's one of those like, oh hey, you're the one who found my movie, you know, like
they became friends and everything.
Yeah, they became friends and everything. It's really cool.
Comments are the chat is talking about how we need horror hosts again, like local ones again, and this is kind of the reason why I do Longbox.
Yeah.
Well, that and because I enjoy that, and because Cinemassacre's Monster Madness really inspired me to do like daily horror things. But the fact that I did it as a horror host, I think, is what is, you know, because we need new new horror characters. We need new horror hosts.
We do. Well, I mean,
absolutely.
Hell, that's why I created Count Jackula. You know, like I had been friends with one of the California horror hosts, Mr. Lobo, for a while, and when my illustration career, when it was very obvious my illustration career was not going to be revivable, I was looking for something to do, and I was watching his show, and I was like, I wonder if I could do that, but because it's the internet, go to places that Lobo would like to go, but he can't because he's on network television. And that was essentially one of the genesises of the show.
Mm-hmm.
One of the others being that I would, at parties, people enjoyed asking me what the worst horror movie I had ever watched was, even if they knew the answer, because at the time the answer was Unrest, which was the first review. Because I hated that movie so much. People just loved watching me lose my fucking shit by hating that movie. And I'm like, maybe the internet will enjoy that. And of course, not to bring everyone down, but the other major inspiration was Justin. Mm-hmm. Because when I was first thinking of doing the show, I was like, I'm already like in my 30s. Like, I'm not sure if it's a good idea for me to jump on something that's so young people new media. And I was watching something Justin had done, and I realized that Justin was actually only a year or two older than I was. And I was like, well, if he's doing it, then obviously there's a place for that. There's a place for a slightly older guy, so why not me? And I did.
You'll be hard pressed to find one of us in this community who hasn't been like influenced by somebody else.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
There was this bit back before Kyle and Brad did finally do a crossover together. The Southland Tales review was originally intended to be a crossover with both Brad and Kyle.
Oh, Southland Tales. Oh, that movie's painful.
And the thing that I wanted to do for the beginning of it, because the two had never done a crossover before, this was before rivalries and people got pissed off at each other, all that fun stuff. But the idea I had at the time was we film it at MagFest, and we would start it off with Kyle being worried, well, people think I'm a ripoff of you, and it is like, yeah, you get that around here. And then what we would do is I would call out a name, and then a random voice from off screen would say like Nostalgia Critic ripoff, then AVGN ripoff, and then since the AVGN was at MagFest that year, I would film him and someone would say AVGN Armake 21 ripoff.
Oh man!
The point being, as Heather said, we've all been inspired by somebody.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Even if the case of Kyle, no, he wasn't inspired by Brad. He just did his own thing. But that's the thing. None of us are frickin' ripoffs. We just were inspired and we did our own thing with it.
Well, that's what creators and artists and entertainers have been doing forever.
Yeah.
Except
for the irate gamer, he is a ripoff.
Oh well. Yeah, there are always guys like that.
Well,
yeah, there are always guys like that. But like for the most part, like for example, like there's a band I really like right now called Ghost.
Yes.
And Ghost owes a lot of its sound to a few key figures. One of which is the Blue Oyster Cult.
which I love Blue Oyster Cult. But another one is a guy who inspired a lot of heavy metal artists, and he keeps showing up, and that is Arthur Brown. Arthur Brown is the guy who did the song that a lot of people sample, and a lot of people have heard, but they don't know that he's the one who did it, which is like, I am the god of hellfire! That starts like that. And Arthur Brown is credited with essentially inspiring a generation of shock rockers and heavy metal artists, most notably Iron Maiden. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that's really interesting is very few people notice this, but I did. But Arthur Brown himself, while he is credited as being this great, catalyst, this great, moment that led to shock rock and heavy metal, he's aping off Jim Morrison. He's doing the Doors. And it's when you listen to him enough, and then you're like, wait. And you go back to some Doors albums, you're like, he is totally ripping off Jim Morrison. There's the line from The Simpsons that I was like, this sounds ridiculous, but it actually is true, which is the Itchy and Scratchy episode where they find out the Itchy and Scratchy is based on this thing, which is based on another thing, and everything's been ripped off. The guy goes, look, Your Honor, if we're not allowed to rip off ideas, where are they going to come from? And it's a ridiculous statement, but as I've gotten older, I've realized, no, that's actually a good point.
It's kind of true.
Yeah, it's extremely true.
The secret to creativity is knowing how to hide your sources.
Hide your sources, yes. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, granted, there are guys like the Irate Gamer who are just complete. That's one of those you got.
I could go off on a rant there. That's even his problem is when he started. That was his problem, just being a ripoff. It's everything that's happened since then that's the problem.
Well, yeah. If he's just like, hey, I want to do the Angry Video Game Nerd thing, that's fine. But he took it the extra step and actually full on copied episodes and shit.
Yeah.
And
I wouldn't even. Again, that's not even the problem these days. It's stuff like incorrect, being completely factually inaccurate about games, complaining about things that are not problems. Sometimes he will bash on good game. Well, of course, things are subjective, but of course he'll attack good games for things that are his fault and not the game's fault.
Yeah.
And of course, there's the whole thing with Justin, but we're not going to get over that too.
Mm.
That's a whole other thing.
Did he have a thing with Justin? If he did, I missed it.
After Justin's suicide, someone on his Facebook or something asked him about it, and basically the statement that he made was that he implied that Justin was either in hell or purgatory or something for taking his own life.
Oh man!
I think someone should have responded with no, you idiot! He's in hell and purgatory because he's a Jew. Now shut up and go away.
You are a terrible person.
You're awful, but that's okay. We already knew that.
I am terrible and evil, but for great justice.
It's okay.
Oh man.
Well, yeah, that was like 2 years ago. So yeah. I'm still mad at him for that. But of course, again, my problem with a lot of his stuff is just he's been at this for as long as some of us. He's been at this for as long as I have. He hasn't improved. He has not gotten better.
The irate gamer hasn't gotten better. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
And you would think that there would be some realm of improvement over some of the stuff, but no, he's still doing this. He does this history of video game series once in a blue moon. He still hasn't reached the NES, despite being on part 10 of his history of video games. And he gets facts wrong that could be that you could ask anybody for. Actual video game creators have come back and said, "I watched this. No, he's completely wrong about this." And he refuses to acknowledge his own mistakes and all that fun stuff. And if he was willing to change, if he was actually willing to improve, then great. if he acknowledged the things that he did wrong, and like said, I want to work to improve this, I want to take suggestions, that would be great. I would even send advice his way. But he's not interested. He's not. He's content doing his own thing and being kind of insular about it, not knowing what's going on in the outside world in terms of YouTube culture and gaming and reviewing culture and how things have changed in that market. And yeah,
it's changed significantly, actually, quite a bit. Yeah, but like, yeah, a guy like that, it really does all come down to that one line, which is, he doesn't change. He doesn't see what's wrong, because it's the ability to be self-critical that creates improvement. And if you don't have that, not going to improve.
Even the AVGN went back and like in an episode and admitted, God, I looked terrible in this. What was I thinking?
Yeah. And if you watch, you may not have noticed if you only moved forward with his videos, but he has improved by leaps and bounds every year. It seems a little gradual unless you go back and you're like, whoa, like his shooting's improved, his lighting's improved, his pacing's improved, the sound quality of AVGN is way higher than it was even just like 3 years ago.
Yep.
He is only gotten better, and I always find myself going like, great, that's a standard to follow, that guy's doing a great job, and we should all be so lucky.
Yeah. Oh, that's another thing. Okay. On the potential, here's the other odd thing about the irate gamer, or at least Chris Boers, in regards to the odd parallel to James Rolfe. Now, of course, James Rolfe himself is a huge horror fan.
Yeah.
Boers claims to be a horror fan, but he does things in a kind of weird direction. He is a paranormal investigator.
Oh no!
Wait, what?
Oh no! He's one of those guys.
Oh, Lord.
Oh my God!
He made a movie.
Oh God.
Called Just Paranormal Investigators, where he claimed that he created a whole new realm of things. But most recently, the thing that really has gotten people cheesed off, he wrote a book. The book is called Ghost Hunting 2.0, where he claims to have invented a whole new form of psychology in his paranormal investigations. Spoilers, the book is not very well edited.
I'm guessing it was self-published, probably.
I presume so as well, but because I think it was published through Amazon's publishing service.
Yeah.
But here's the really fun thing about that: he made fake reviews of it, fake positive reviews of it on Amazon.
Oh. That's.
Oh my God, that's
terrifying.
That's
Mikey in the chat.
And people in the chat are bringing up like ghost hunting shows, which of course he tried to pitch a ghost hunting show based off of his own YouTube ghost hunting show. Here's the thing about those ghost hunting shows: they're at least edited well to make it seem like something happened. Chris Boers is not that great an editor when it comes to his ghost hunting stuff. It's just boring.
Yeah, well, a lot of those... Actually, my favorite ones of those are the ones that are such obvious pure bullshit. Where they decided... Sci-Fi Channel had a bunch of them, where they decided that these shows were really boring because nothing happens, because
of course they don't happen. Because if we had documented evidence of ghosts, which I am willing to believe in the existence. I mean, I'm a Christian. I believe in an invisible man and in the clouds who sent his only begotten Son to us. I can believe in ghosts and aliens. But even then, if we had definitive proof of ghosts, we wouldn't need the damn show.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
It's one of those things where it's like, if we knew that they existed, if we had this level of proof, then it would be fact. It wouldn't be paranormal investigation. It would simply be science. And it's not. It's one of those things. I actually very much agree with Alan Moore when it comes to things of a magical and religious nature, because he had to get a great line on it that I really agree with. I actually do agree with this, which is like, yes, religion, magic, mystical, all of these things, sorcery, absolutely true, absolutely real, as long as you understand that it is happening in people's minds. And the thing that's interesting about that statement by Alan Moore is that he's not just saying, oh, people are just making it up and hallucinating it. He actually is saying, no, it's real. It's at least real to the mind. What else do we have to work with? It's that kind of like end of Harry Potter. Yep. It's like, but is it real? It's as real as anything else, Harry. What else? What else you got? Like, oh, I guess you're right, Ghost Dumbledore. I guess you're right. It's one of the things where I'm like, no, yeah, I really liked that moment in Harry Potter. I was like, no, nailed it. That's it, right there. That's where all of these like these experiences that are kind of more based on like intuition and interconnectivity and the strange kind of random bits of human thought that coalesce into these ideas that course with this strange, bizarre meaning that we can't truly explain. It's such as Tales of the Hero's Journey. Why is it that story is not only so compelling, but is so universally recognizable? What is it? Why that story? Why told in that particular way? What is it? What is it about stories of why gods? Why a concept like that? Why not something else? Why when certain ecstatic mystical experiences happen are the things which are seen by those people, why do they become so similar? And why is it even when they're not similar, sometimes they are, you can abstract it down to key things. Why a white light? Like, that's really consistent. Why a white light?
Well, this is probably betraying me as the Christian here, but actually, Penn and Teller did do an episode of BS on the near-death experience.
Yeah. I've seen that. It's really good, and it's one of those like, oh, interesting, but the fact that we can turn something like that into something that gives our lives order and meaning, to me, is the great miracle of the human mind.
Part of the miracle for me in terms of how I see the great questions of us is I have a hard time believing that we were an accident.
Here's the funny thing. I actually disagree. I have a very easy time believing that we are an accident. But to me, and this is where I get really weird, that doesn't mean that our existence does not have meaning. I really do believe that there is meaning to be had in all of existence.
You're gonna love this year's storyline on Top of the Fourth Wall.
Nice.
I have a speech prepared.
Nice, nice. Because if we assume for a moment that everything is random, but people have found great meaning, obviously, in things that exist, why do we do that? What is that? Why do we have that urge? And if it is just purely biological, isn't that it's in and of itself intriguing? And because one of the big arguments that I've had with a lot of people, because I've been back in the 90s, I was a big drug user. And one of the questions that I had was, question, if I have an experience that I feel approaches, the truly mystical, but I was high when it happened, what's the qualitative difference between that and the person that had that experience when they were climbing a mountain in the middle of, like, essentially, like, oh god,
Mount Everest?
Yeah, like Mount Everest. There was an actual example I was trying to bring up, but I'm spacing on it. There was a guy who climbed a mountain in the middle of Europe, and he had, I think it was Dumas. But anyway, he wrote this big long treatise while he was up on the side of the mountain, and it inspires the Renaissance because he had this whole other way of thinking and seeing the majesty of creation. And he never denied God, ever. But he wondered what man's relationship really was. Was God as far away as we feared, or was he much closer than we were afraid to admit? And, it starts the Renaissance because all of a sudden people start thinking about this kind of thing because no one had thought about that before. They had just kind of accepted it. But I was like, well, what's the difference if a man has that type of realization that lights, in the Buddhist way, lights the fire of 1,000 minds, lights the candle of 1,000 minds. Why would that be different if it was that kind of thing, or if it was a drug hallucination, if it has the same effect? And everyone always kept arguing that the difference was that, well, you have to work for it. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What the fuck did Moses do? He didn't do anything. He was just there. There is no reason why those experiences should be fundamentally, one be devalued while the other is not, if they're fundamentally the same. And
well, if I really wanted to argue, which I kind of agree on what you're saying, but if I really wanted to argue, it's a similar thing in both cases. Your perception of reality is messed up right now.
Yeah.
Your brain is either being affected chemically or it's lacking oxygen.
Yeah, but the funny thing is that no matter what the circumstances are, that's true. That's true no matter what. So what's the difference? And
fair enough.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things when someone says, when someone says, when I love hearing about people's mystical experiences, because it to me it informs so much about that person's experience and who they are and what is important to them. It was a mystical experience that a friend of mine, Michael, had, and it was a very Christian one. He was in a church and he was with his son. And it was one of those, like, light hits the cathedral from up top because it's a Gothic cathedral. So at noon it fills with light, and he's there when that happens. And all of a sudden, as the choir is practicing and they're getting ready for, to sing the hosannas and everything, this light hits him, and all of a sudden it occurs to him that he is not only the father of his child, he is the child of God. So there is a father-to-child relationship happening right because of his existence. and it was extremely profound to him. And but I always thought that was really interesting, because I was like, fatherhood is everything to you. It's everything. Like you're in many ways, nothing really mattered to you until you became the father of your son. Now all of a sudden, Michael has meaning. There is something to that, and I feel like every individual human being on the planet has the potential for that, for that type of realization and that type of meaning. The realization of like, this is who I am, not only who I am, but who I want to be, and my relationship with things that I do not understand. And that, I think, is the big crux of the mystical experience, because I've seen
that moment of revelation.
Yeah, the moment of revelation, because I've seen that in scientists. You see it in scientists. Like, a man who was not shy about talking about it was Carl Sagan. Because when he's talking about, we're all a tiny universe. We're made of star stuff. Yeah, like, everything Carl Sagan says is extremely lyrical and poetic and metaphysical, but it's also literal. And that's what was amazing to him. And getting back to the drug thing, Carl Sagan did not just like pot. He fucking loved it. That man, there are legends of that man and pot. Every physicist student that I have known has had a professor that has some sort of story of he either owes me or he died with me owing him a dime bag.
It's almost 4 over here, so I actually have to hit the hay.
Okay.
I'll probably stayed longer than I should have too, but I'm gonna stick around a little bit longer.
Okay.
3 a.m. is going to be my cutoff, but
it is nearly 3 a.m. in Minnesota.
Yep.
Yeah. I have to go to work in like 4 hours, so I should get some sleep.
Yeah, you should probably go to sleep, Heather.
Yeah. Probably a good idea.
I'm on Pacific Standard Time, so I'm doing okay.
All right, you have a good night. Great talking to you.
Absolutely.
Good night, guys.
Night, Heather.
Night, Heather.
Yeah.
I was about to say, the two of us have kind of dominated the conversation for a while. Heather, how are you doing?
I always feel kind of bad about that, because I'm like, I'm kind of a loud guy.
Oh, we are windbags.
Yeah.
You guys are both entertainers, and honestly, it's easy to just sit back and let you talk, because then I don't have to do any work.
Going back to profound things and Alan Moore, the quote that I always love from him from Watchmen, the thermodynamic miracle.
Oh, I'm spacing on that one.
Okay. Calculate the odds of any two people meeting each other in this crossworld with 6 billion people, any two particular people coming together, having a child, and that child being a unique experience and being the culmination of how many other ancestors of people coming together, two unique people of any kind coming together all throughout history down to the original zygotes, and the sheer odds of that happening, that any one person in particular will be produced, are so impossible, just so against the odds, that we are literally a miracle.
Yes. Yeah, I fundamentally agree with that.
It is more possible, there is more likelihood that the air around you will transmogrify for no reason into gold than any one person being born.
Yeah.
And that is the thermodynamic miracle, and that is why, and that has always stuck with me, and I love that.
Yeah, I do too, because like, to me, that's what I meant, which is that's why I was like, yeah, I know. Even if I do believe that we are a complete random thing that happened. The truth is that it still happened. It still happened.
I just have a hard time believing that the totality of all that we are, that of course, I also believe, of course, in free choice and free will, that we have achieved all this on our own, but I have to believe for myself that God was the thing that snapped his fingers and made it happen.
I don't pretend to understand what the nature of a God like the Christian God is. So I don't really. I am technically an atheist. I don't really believe in a God, but I don't. How to put this? Sounds so stupid. I don't necessarily believe in a God, but I personally don't believe in a God.
You acknowledge that it might be possible,
but I acknowledge that God's even the Christian God is real in some sense. I just don't understand what that sense necessarily is.
You believe, but you don't disbelieve.
I don't know how to explain it. It's one of those things. When Alan Moore, I keep bringing up Alan Moore because
Animal Man.
Go on. I know what you're talking about. Go on.
The Coyote Gospel is what I'm thinking of. Sorry, not Alan Moore. Grant Morrison. I'm thinking Grant Morrison. Sorry.
Yeah. Grant Morrison is the one who did. He worked on Animal Man more than.
Yep.
Animal Man.
He did his run on Animal Man was very meta, and I mean meta in the sense that he really looked at the examination of a comic book creator or writer as a god, as a literal god of creation, and the realization that that fictional characters must have their own existence in and of themselves, because they do have reality. They have thought.
Yeah.
If I think, therefore I am, is a true statement that we must have some substance in the world because we are thinking.
Yeah.
This is nice elementary philosophy class out there for you out there. I minored in philosophy.
Yeah. Like something must exist because there is something to think about it.
Exactly. So even if our reality is a falsehood, then there must be something thinking it, because thought cannot. Because the theory goes that thought cannot exist independent of anything else.
Yeah.
So, if the creations that we make have thought, even if it's something that we granted to them, they must have some existence, some semblance of things. Or if we want to go a more mainstream example than this, Miracle on 34th Street. Of course, Santa Claus exists. He's on a frickin' greeting card.
Yeah. Yeah. It's I love Miracle on 34th Street. I love that movie. But yeah, there's a lot to those types of mysteries. Probably my favorite Grant Morrison ever on that subject was Flex Mentallo. Have you ever read Flex Mentallo?
I still have not read Flex Mentallo.
Oh my god! It's all about what you were just talking about. It's all about it. Like, do you even know what the character? Do you know what the character Flex Mentallo is?
I know it's based off of those old strongman ads.
Yeah. His whole power is his ability to flex his muscles changes reality. And it's one of those stories you read it, and every time I read it these days, I'm like, I want this to be turned into a movie, and I want The Rock to be Flex Mentallo. Because he could pull that character off.
Yes.
Because who else? He needs to be a man with an awesome physique, first of all, and The Rock's got that. But it also has to be a man of fantastic, simultaneous arrogance and humility. And The Rock, that's The Rock.
The Rock is so damn perfect, and I think actually James Rolfe and Mike Matei were talking about this recently. The Rock has the worst damn agent in the world.
It's true.
Oh man. Yeah,
name a good Rock movie.
Actually, I will. Fast and Furious 5. Have you seen Fast and Furious 5? No, go ahead and think I'm insane. I don't blame you. There is never before in the history of anything is as the line, this gets really amazing in the 5th movie. Ever true, but I am telling you, Fast and Furious 5 is a legitimately good movie.
Yes, but it was kind of, it was built to accommodate that. Okay.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Point still being, The Rock's agent has terrible choices in movies for him.
Yeah. He just gets. That's not to say that he doesn't get lucky. But oh man.
But isn't he? Didn't they have him signed to play Black Adam in the DC Cinematic Universe?
Yeah, they did. Not a bad choice, but I actually thought he should have played Captain Marvel.
I'd be okay with either way, frankly.
Yeah. So yeah, Flex Metallo is all about the difference between the literal, the real and the fictional, and how the creator is kind of godlike and stands at the transition of those two things. Because
Animal Man ends with Grant Morrison himself coming into the story after he's totally destroyed Animal Man's life. And basically explained that, I had to destroy your life because we needed drama, and it's like that's a really asshole thing to do. And he's like, you're kind of right. So he gives it back his family and his life at the end before he moves on.
Yeah. Oh, Animal Man. My God, that was such a good one. Doom Patrol was also really cool. I really like Doom Patrol.
I love his JLA run and
dude, no one gets the Silver Age like Grant Morrison does.
He gets it, but he doesn't get it. The problem he has is that he wants to make everything canon, and in some cases that's cool. In other cases, that's really not necessary.
It's okay. Sometimes it doesn't need to be.
His Wonder Woman book is apparently coming out, and the preview pages look absolutely atrocious.
Oh, really? Oh, that's too bad.
Because he's obsessed with the bondage thing.
Oh, that doesn't necessarily make it bad.
There's so few people that get Wonder Woman, though. I mean,
there's so much else to do with Wonder Woman, so much else
that
has happened over the last 80 years, but he is all about she gets tied up a lot.
I'm gonna reserve judgment and see what he does.
The pages don't look good.
I understand, but I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt until that thing hits goddamn stands.
We're talking.
Fair enough point.
We're talking about the female superhero that if you ask people who's like the most important female superhero, they're probably gonna say Wonder Woman. Then you ask them, then you ask them what do you know about Wonder Woman, and they're like,
to tell the truth.
Because they haven't made, because the last good Wonder Woman thing in terms of like outside of comics was the Linda Carter TV show, which even then played with the myth a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because every other time they've done Wonder Woman, she's been attached to something else. Even this next time they're doing it, she's attached to something else. And it's one of those, like, there's so much that we can do to actually make her own character, and it never happens outside of the comics themselves. And even inside the comics, it gets really dicey. And you're like, why?
That's because the problem. This is a thing that had happened recently. Actually, I say recently. A few years ago, someone went through like the entirety of Wonder Woman in comics and examined each long-term creator's run about all the elements that they keep doing with that. And the problem is, everyone wants to reinvent Wonder Woman.
Yes. It's a real problem. And it's really weird because once we get to like, the thing is that once we get to the 70s, before we get to the white costume, before we take Wonder Woman's powers away for the first time, like really take them away, that is the Wonder Woman that all the Wonder Woman that everyone really likes is based on. You know, like that's the bit that inspired the 70s show. You know, and that's of course how most people really know Wonder Woman is through Linda Carter, like, in your satin tights, fighting for your rights. and I'm always like, no, you could put pants on Wonder Woman if you want to, but if you take away the fucking Old Glory, like fucking underwear, you're doing it wrong. Because that is an integral part of the Wonder Woman look, is looking like she's got Old Glory underwear on. Come on. You know?
The definitive aspect for Wonder Woman, for me, at least in terms of storyline stuff, is the Perez post-Crisis on Infinite Earth I say reinvention. Basically, it's back to the roots. Here's how the character works in the real world as an actual, literal ambassador of peace to the world. The literal spirit of truth. She is the person who will offer a hand of friendship at first to try to resolve a situation. But if they're gonna keep being an asshole, she'll put them down. I don't mean put them down and kill them. She will kill if she has to, but she will always try to make a friend first.
Is this the Wonder Woman that's made of clay? I'm trying to remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
I cannot begin to tell you how pissed off I am that the New 52 reinvention of her just made her a demigod. From an affair between Zeus and Hippolyta.
Yeah, and the thing that was really weird about that New 52, where I was like, excuse me? Which is they elevated Zeus over Hippolyta in importance, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. That is stupid.
This is the only major, if you think of like franchises in the world, this is so female-centric, so about sisterhood, so about love and peace and paradise. It's called Paradise Island.
Yeah.
So what do? They turn them into raping, murderous, and I know someone in the chat is going to say this, or someone around here is going to say this. Well, that's what they were like in the Greek myth. Spoilers, it's not the Greek myth.
Yeah.
If it was the Greek myth, there wouldn't be a Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, spoilers. Thor's magic hammer doesn't turn into a staff that a random doctor picks up. Okay, that doesn't happen either.
But yeah, I went 3 issues into the New 52 Wonder Woman and then gave it up. And
God, I didn't last one. Watching that whole thing happen, I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, after everything, after the circle, we're gonna do this. I was like, we're gonna do this? Why didn't you just make that one? Why didn't you just use that one? You had it. It's right there.
The circle was beautiful. I loved Gail Simone's run. Albino Gorilla Knights.
Dude, my favorite moment in that comic is in that story is when she's back in is it technically New York? I get weird with the DC universe. I can never tell whether she's in a fictional city or not. But she's back in her apartment. And of course there is oh god, Minotaur guy. Me and names.
I know who you're talking about, but I can't remember his name either.
Yeah. And he's doing something, and she's realizing, oh my god, I have to go back to the land of the gods, and I gotta go back, and I gotta find a way back, and I gotta take care of business, and things are falling apart. I might have to fucking kill some people. I don't know what to. Okay, I know what to do. I know I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna leave, and that's when you realize that the gorilla knight that she had fought in the beginning is living in the apartment with her. And he goes like, wait, where are you going? And she's like, I have to return to the land of the gods and fight. And he's like, me and my knights will go with you. And she's like, I can't ask you. And she doesn't even finish the sentence. The gorilla knight goes, no, that's why you're queen. You don't have to ask. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. So awesome. Like, Wonder Woman's so queen that like the gorilla knights are like, no, we're just gonna follow her because that is just how it's gotta be.
There's this there's this panel out there that people like to valley about that like Wonder Woman puts down her villains because she says you don't hear about like long-term supervillains with me because when I end a threat, I end a threat. Now the thing about that is people misconceive that and say, oh, she kills them. No, she turns them into allies.
Yeah.
That is what she does because she is an ambassador. She's a peacemaker.
Yeah, it was actually that was the other moment in the circle that I loved so much. It happens before the Gorilla Knight one, back when she is like, fighting essentially fighting Nazis, fighting the Aryan Nations Nazi guys.
Yeah, the guys who try to Captain Nazi was part of them. I can't remember their exact. But they invaded Hippolyta in Paradise Island, right?
Yeah, they invited Themyscira, and she captures the guy, and that's when Gail Simone does her version of the Lasso of Truth, where I was amazed that we had never done that version of the Lasso before, where it does not force people to tell the truth. It tells Wonder Woman all of the truth. And so she's talking to him, asking this guy, like, why are you invading? She does not just get his orders. She gets why he is with them, why he joined, what has caused him to end up at this moment in his life. And it's that whole, like, this guy's life is awful. And he's having to deal with this because of the lasso, and he breaks down. This Nazi breaks down and begs for forgiveness. And Wonder Woman is like, and of course, like, it's a great panel, Wonder Woman's like looking at him. He's like, it is the Amazon way. It's the Amazon way. Never spare an enemy, but always have mercy for the children. And I was like, oh, damn. That's great.
God, I loved her run.
It was so good. It was so amazing. So when we're going to do 52, I thought for sure they were just going to, take the first year of Wonder Woman, please. But no, they didn't. They gave it to. Did they give it to
Brian Azzarello, who is critically acclaimed, and he wanted to do his own thing with it. Brian Azzarello. Here's the thing about Brian Azzarello: he's talented, but I don't actually like anything he's ever made. He's not like a Frank Miller or even a Mark Miller. He's actually talented. He just makes really stupid decisions.
Yeah. Well, I feel really. I don't know, man. Frank Miller, like, I've been with that guy so long. I am just like, Frank, I know what happened, but what the fuck? It's like watching a guy. It's like watching a guy turn into a racist, and you're just like, no, wait, I watched you turn into this. What happened?
Sorry, I'm just thinking of there's a bit in Red Letter Media where Plinkett goes, what is it with guys named Rick?
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, what is it with guys named Miller?
Yeah, it's really really strange.
Dennis Miller has sadly not entirely gone off the deep end, but he's going there. Frank Miller's completely gone off the deep end. Mark Miller is still teetering on the edge, but he's made some really bad books.
Well, it's so weird. It's one of those things where, look, I am a guy that loves media that is about sex and violence and awful things, awful things. But so many times I read a Mark Millar story and I'm like, dude, stop. Fucking stop.
Some writers really do work better on a leash.
Yeah. One of the ones that really disappointed me was Garth Ennis. Once he was off the leash, you were just like, dude, what?
I don't like The Boys.
No, me neither. I fucking hate that comic. It's one of those. You would have thought that would have completely been up my alley, and I would have loved it. And everyone kept telling me about it, and I'm like, oh, fantastic, great. it, and I'm like, I fucking hate this.
It's just mean.
It's weird because it's not just mean-spirited. It's like it's mean-spirited a joke, but not letting you in on it. It's really strange because it's one of those things where you're like,
Jackula is starting to break up a bit.
Yeah. Oh, how about now? Burp.
Some more.
All right, can you hear me now?
Nope, still breaking up.
Oh. Burp, 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 burp. Burp, burp. Oh no.
Okay.
All right, what about now?
I can hear somewhat better now. Say some more.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello?
Yep, I can hear you. Yep.
Okay, great.
Oh, seems like it's going back and forth now.
Son of a bitch. All right, let me move some things. All right.
Maybe this is a sign to finally call it a night for myself.
Yeah. Maybe.
Apparently, according to the chat, the stream is dead.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh well. All right.
Well, it's definitely not just the stream. It's like the internet in general.
Oh shit. Oh, for real?
Yeah, because like, I don't have the stream on, but like I can hear you guys like roboting like hell.
Oh crap. Well, maybe it's time to turn it off then if we're having that much problem.
Yeah, that's like 3:11 in the morning. I think it's time for me to call it a night at the very least.
Yeah. Dude, I had a great time talking with you guys. I hope you did as well.
Likewise, I had a great time.
Great.
I'm glad that you had me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hey, you're a friend. It turns out I like talking to my friends. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, y'all take care, and we'll probably do this again sometime soon.
Indeed, you guys too.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Oh, stream came back.
Oh well.
So I can
guys.
say goodnight to everybody now. Thank you all for having me. It's been great. Since we're having internet connections, I'm calling it a night at the very least.
Yeah, I think so. We will continue the discussion on Wonder Woman at another time. It was not an by the way, it's not an anti-Wonder Woman rant. It is definitely a what the fuck, DC. That you had gold and that wasn't good enough for you.
They're talking about having another reboot.
I just want a Wonder Woman. I just want a real Wonder Woman thing.
I think that's what everybody wants, a real Wonder Woman thing.
I agree, and I'm like, why is that so hard? There doesn't seem to be any real good reason why it's so hard to do Wonder Woman right.
Well, I can tell you two ways in which they could do it. The most primary way, Warner Brothers has to stop owning DC.
Yes. Oh my God! Totally yes.
Not that I disagree, but why do you say that?
Look at how successful Marvel has been as its own company, and bear in mind, Disney may be holding Marvel's leash, but they basically follow the same thing as the Pixar model, which is, unless they're doing something horrible that's losing us money, let them do their own thing.
Yeah. Disney doesn't want to destroy the goose that lays the golden eggs because Marvel right now is their big inroad into a market that they haven't had in forever, which is the boy market. And they don't want to fuck with that. So it's actually very wise of them to let Marvel do its thing.
One of the rumors in regards to the New 52 and why it happened was that basically Warner Brothers came down the line and said, make your company profitable, or we'll shut you down, or we'll just like do reprints to maintain the intellectual properties. And since Dan DiDio had already been thinking about doing a reboot anyway, that is the rumor about why it happened and why it was so rushed and so sudden, and why it's so chaotic and stuff.
Yeah, especially after it was so soon after the other 52 that you're like, wait, didn't we just do this?
So in my mind, the way to fix DC, let it be its own company, or do what they were talking about in the early '80s, late '70s. Let Marvel buy DC.
Oh, jeez.
They won't do it because of course Warner Bros. Doesn't want to lose the cash cow of Batman. But that's how that's one of two ways that I would fix DC.
That
Either
would be
let DC be its own company or let Marvel buy it.
Batman is pretty much the only thing that keeps freaking DC being its own damn company, honestly.
Yeah. Well, it's weird because like they have God damn it. They have Superman, and the thing that I get so mad about is like as an angry, cynical guy as I am, I really, really have a soft spot in my heart for Superman.
Which is funny you bring that up because that's exactly the same thing when it comes to Garth Ennis.
Yeah.
Garth Ennis has a soft spot for Superman. He hates
does.
every other character except Superman.
Yeah. Oh my God. That the funny thing is you mentioned Garth Ennis. It was that story, because I know which one you're talking about. Mm-hmm. It was that story that he wrote that I was like, oh my God, no, I've been being a cynical jackass the whole time. I actually really love Superman. Fucking the Hitman issue, Super Friends. Mm-hmm. That story is amazing. Because you're like, because it's one of those things where finally a writer understood what is Superman's greatest fear. Superman's greatest fear is that he can't save everybody. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, oh my God, I love this. I love Superman. He's so great. Like another moment that got me to like Batman again. Was I believe it was Young Justice. Mm-hmm. And it was the one where it's like the fight simulator, and at the end Superboy has to fucking just destroy this guy because everyone else is dead, and they realize, oh, it's a simulation, and then the rest of the episode is Batman and Superman talking to Young Justice. It's like, well, what did you learn? What did you think? What did you find out about yourself? And then they get to Superboy, and they're like, so what happened? He's like, everyone was dead. No one was around. I was alone. I was by myself. Batman's like, and you felt bad about what you had to do, huh? And Superboy's like, no! It was great! I finally got to do everything that I've always wanted. I got to feel alive. I didn't have to hold back. But in order for that to happen, everyone else has to be dead. How do I live with that? And I'm like, oh, holy crap. That was some writing. And then they get to the end, where Batman goes, Clark, I really think you ought to spend some time with Superboy. and Superman's like, what are you talking about? Like, he really looks up to you. He's not my son, Bruce. And then Batman just goes, you keep saying that, Clark, but a boy needs a father. And it's one of those moments where I'm like, oh my God, of course Batman would understand that. Of course Batman would get that. Holy crap, like fucking like Bruce Timm and Paul Dini, those guys, holy fucking shit. When they knock it out of the park, it's just fucking spectacular. Mm-hmm. And it's one of the things that makes me really sad about the DC milieu that's been happening, because I'm like, there is a real place for these characters, but for some reason, the owning, the pinheads upstairs, the powers that be, just don't want it to exist. And I'm always like, why?
Well, I can tell you why.
Go for it.
They're embarrassed. They are the 13-year-old who is jumping up and down, screaming, "I'm an adult. I'm mature. I don't. Yeah. I know everything."
Yeah.
They refuse to acknowledge. They think they are embarrassed to be doing superhero stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was.
See that.
I thought it was marketing. I thought it was like the whole idea was that Young Justice doesn't work because we're not selling enough fucking action figures or whatever shit
that's,
like
that's
that.
Part of it. I mean like the company overall.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
Although apparently DC TV with like Flash and Legends of Tomorrow or whatever is apparently doing really well. I haven't watched them myself, so I do not know.
Yeah, what's really weird because Flash really desperately is trying to get away from the dreary milieu that has been created by Arrow. But it's weird because it can't. And that's what confuses me about that show, because every time that show does something right, I always find myself going like, "This, why is this working?" It's because it's not like anything else they're doing. One of the things that pissed me off was when they did Black Flash, not because that was a bad idea, but because they decide, you know what? Let's make him yellow and give him a skull face. And I'm like, you're really lucky Tony Todd is fucking voicing that character, because he is the only, because he can make anything terrifying if he voices it. But why the fuck didn't you just go with the black costume if you're just going to make him a skeleton?
Wait. Did they put him in the Reverse Flash costume?
Yes! Yes!
Two separate characters!
Yes! Yes!
It's okay.
It's the weirdest. It's like, you're like, why did they do that? That doesn't make any sense. Like, DC hates itself. It's all I can think of.
Well, we've known that for years, though.
Yeah, because
it's Professor Zoom. I know, but I like to say Reverse Flash.
I do too. It's always in my heart. It's Reverse Flash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, it's so odd. It's so So basically, they kind of combined Black Flash and Dr. Zoom. It was weird. But it's so weird because to me, I always associated the DC universe with this kind of golly gee shucks American optimism.
Well,
and I really feel like, look, I'm a cynical asshole, but I still feel like there's a place for that.
Are you familiar with Valerie D'Orazio?
Valerie D'Orazio? No.
She is a former editor at DC. She wrote, back in the mid-2000s, she wrote a very lengthy blog about her time there called Farewell to Comics, basically talking about the sexism she experienced and various things that happened at the company and whatnot.
Oh, my God.
And one of the things she brought up was why the miniseries Identity Crisis was made.
Oh, I haven't read that one. No, not specifically.
Part of what led into that was a retreat that they had. DC was wondering, why is Marvel beating us in terms of sales? And of course, Marvel does that routinely. It's been doing that for like over 2 decades now.
Well, yeah, and there is actually a really simple reason for that, which is the writing. The writing is better, and they have the better artists. During those periods of times when they outsold them.
But according to her, that's not the conclusion they went to. The conclusion they went to is their stories are darker and more serious.
Yeah.
That was the conclusion they went to. So
this was right before Identity Crisis.
Yeah, it's what led into the creation of Identity Crisis, and thus the direction they went from Identity Crisis to the rest of the line through like Infinite Crisis and Final Crisis and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, every other Crisis that was just trying to ape off that one. Yeah.
Although I liked Infinite Crisis, although it is a plot book.
Oh yeah. No, yeah. It was. I remember that was a. God, I was a kid when that happened. Like,
that was an exciting time to be a comics fan. I will say that, because I loved Crisis on Infinite Earths, and seeing a proper sequel to it was amazing for me. Mm-hmm. It is still a deeply flawed story, and I will always make fun of Kyle Rayner's plan is still being taught at West Point.
Yeah. Yeah. You're like, bullshit. No. Oh, well, whatever.
Kyle Rayner has a plan. What plan? I don't know. He has a plan, and that plan is, okay, let's all shoot that giant finger.
Yeah.
It,
Yeah, they really had no idea where they were going.
there was some interesting stuff that was happening around that time, and it just kind of it was there, and then it really didn't go anywhere, you know.
Well, it was really funny because the whole reason DC started doing the yearly event thing so much was because of Marvel. Because Marvel started doing that because they were like, because I forget exactly who it was. Yeah, it does, because there was somebody. It's all started with Secret Wars, because Secret Wars was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was a beautiful, like, stupid little kid. Like, why is this happening? Why is Spider-Man doing that?
Spider-Man's in a whole new costume. How did all this stuff happen?
Yeah.
And you know what? Secret Wars is also a flawed story, but it's a fun ride.
It is. It is. Dude, that moment where fucking Doctor Doom reveals the scroll, you're just like, oh my god. I as a kid, I knew that was stupid, but I bought it. I was like, that genius. 10 out of 10. 100%. I love this.
Under 4 million tons of rock stands the Hulk, and he's not happy.
Fuck yeah. You know, and so DC started doing that as well. And Crisis, the first one, the one that originally wrote everything, that was Crisis on Infinite Earths, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
And it is also a flawed story, but you know what? It's also the biggest thing they've ever done, because it starred everybody, and I mean everybody. They decided it's the 50th anniversary of our company. We have all this stuff. It's confusing for readers to know that there are like 3 different guys named Superman running around. Yeah. Let's just condense it down to a single thing and start a whole new era. Didn't do a great job planning all that, planning how things were going to go. Hence, deciding that even though Superman had been around for years, Wonder Woman was now appearing for the first time. And let's not even get into the bizarre, stupid, weird-ass mess that was Hawkman.
My favorite part of the wake of Crisis on Infinite Earths for Superman was bringing Paul Kent back.
Yes.
Oh my! It
was a great decision they made, and I'm still pissed off that they killed him off later in the lead up to Infinite Crisis.
Yeah, because like every encounter, every time it brought Superman back down to human levels in a really beautiful way. Because every time Superman had a moral crisis, he talks to his dad, and Paul Kent almost always, invariably, just says the same thing. And it's beautiful, which is like, son, you know what to do. You know what's wrong and what's right. I raised you better than that. And I'm always like,
maybe you should have let the kids die on the bus.
Oh my god!
Christ. Oh Jesus fucking Christ!
Yeah, like, because to me, I'm like, you can have that moment, you can have that question, but Paul Kent has got to go like, no, son, no, that's not what I mean. You were right. You're right, son.
He should. Right. I would have been fine with maybe said maybe no. I don't have all the answers, son.
Yeah. But I would have accepted that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have accepted Paul Kent don't got all answers, but I'm not gonna accept maybe what are you fucking talking about.
And his death was stupid too. I mean, not even. The thing that pisses me off about his death in that movie is not that he could have just used the powers to save him and whatnot. It's that there was enough time for him to get there without using his powers and save him.
Foot. Yeah, like, the funny thing is I knew it wasn't going to happen because the movie was not that competent. But I'm watching that scene, and I'm like, what would I do in this situation? I'm like, I got it. Here's what I would do. Paul Kent's sitting like, is there, the fucking hurricane's coming, Superman's trying to figure out what he's gonna do. It's like, I'm supposed to protect my identity. I gotta do what my dad said, but I gotta save him. What do I do? He looks down. There's the kid. Kid's holding the red blanket. He grabs it, puts it on like a cape, saves his dad.
Or put on like a mask or something.
Or or something. And then you have that moment where Pa Kent's like, "You're right, son. You're right. You're right." And I'm like, "Oh, that would be great." Like, and even like Kevin Costner could totally pull off like a moment like that. But no, that's not what happened. Instead, he's like, "No, son, don't save me from the hurricane that's slowly approaching."
Also, just in general, movies promoting bad things, don't hide under a highway during a storm like that.
It's a really
you will die.
Yeah, it's a really bad idea. It's a super bad idea. It's a Superman bad idea. Oh God. That scene where he goes to the church, I'm sitting there going, or you could talk to Jor-El.
Or your mom.
Or your mom.
That's really another problem thematically that they've been that the movies always push. This is a problem going back all the way to the Christopher Reeve Superman movie. They forget that he's human.
Yeah. They like to forget that he's human, and that's not. I don't like it. Well, the funny thing is that the Richard Donner Superman, they emphasized his alien nature right up until the last moment where they change it, and that's what I actually like about that movie. Because the Superman's flying up in the sky, it's the moment before he starts spinning the Earth backwards and reverses time and all that stupid stuff. Mm-hmm. But the moment I love is he's flying through the clouds and he sees, Brando, and he's like, "No, son, it's forbidden. You must not interfere." And then as he's flying, he's like, "Oh, I can't interfere." He hears Pa Kent going, "Son, you're put on this Earth for a reason." And he has to defy Space Dad to follow Earth Dads. And I was like, oh, I love those. Everyone here's seen The Force Awakens, right?
Yep.
I hope so.
Okay. If you haven't,
mute the chat now.
Mute the chat, leave. Because my favorite line is a big spoiler. Favorite line in the movie: Han, Luke's a Jedi, but you're his father. That moment, I loved that moment so much.
Yep.
I don't know. I have a very good relationship with my dad, despite the fact that for various reasons, he was not around when I was a teenager. But I always remember one thing about being a kid and looking at my dad, which is I was very lucky as far as fathers were concerned, because I got to have that fantasy that I think a lot of young boys, particularly Americans, have, which is you secretly believe for a short period of time that your father is Superman. Like, I did. I absolutely did. Like, granted, I was like, what, 4? But for some reason, I believed he was Superman. And I know that's something that a lot of other people have, a lot of sons have experienced, and I was very glad that didn't get ruined for me. Like, because my dad didn't. Turns out my dad was not a piece of shit. He was a good man in circumstances that no one would want to be in, which is why he wasn't around. That's a huge conversation for another time, But I often wonder if I'm pretty sure my love and appreciation of Superman actually comes out of that. Because I do feel like Superman is when he's done well, he's a really great story of masculinity.
The line, there was a line that the voice actor who does Optimus Prime, sorry, jumping all over the place, I do that. When he got the job voicing Optimus Prime, he was essentially charged with creating the character through voice. He's like, yeah, he's the leader of these robots. Do something with that. And he's like, oh, okay. His brother had just come back from military service, and given that period of time, you could probably guess which war he was in.
Yeah.
But his brother came back, and he, Peter Cullen is like, I'm supposed to voice this character. He's a military leader. I kind of want to make him sound like John Wayne, but that's all I've really got. And his brother goes, all right, Peter, I'm going to tell you this. Be strong enough to be gentle. That's the key. That is the key of great leadership. Being strong enough to be gentle. You don't have to. You don't have to be forceful. You don't have to yell. Don't yell. Don't scream. Always be calm. Be gentle. And if you ever have to be insistent, just repeat yourself insistently. And he was like, that's it. That's the character. That's him. That's Optimus Prime. And I feel like that kind of narrative has gotten lost. We've lost it. We've lost the story of no. If you're male, you do have a huge degree of power, and you should be responsible with it. There are a lot of other masculine stories that we do tell that are very important, but I don't know why we seem to have gotten rid of that one. Why we're ashamed of that one. It's mystifying to me. I don't understand it.
All right, it is 3:36, and I am finally calling it a
night. All right.
Yes, Minnesota goodbyes. Hey.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, once again, I think, for the third time, goodbye. Yeah. It was a pleasure.
Then I started talking about Superman. Good night, everybody. Thank you for having me. Thank you for talking, Jackula. I need to go to bed.
All right. Talk to you, Lewis. Talk to your
Good night, sir.
It's great talking to you. I'll see y'all later. And you Fright Knights and Monster Girls out there, remember to creep it real, and we will see you again.